So I hereby call this meeting to order. Ms. Wilson?
Yes, ma'am. I will read your electronic statement and remind everyone that simultaneous translation is being provided tonight in Spanish via Zoom. The link to access the Zoom meeting can be found in the meeting notice. Once logged in, click Interpretation and select Spanish to listen to the interpretation. All meeting participants are encouraged to speak slowly and deliberately to allow for accurate translation. This meeting is being held as an electronic meeting pursuant to and in compliance with the City of Richmond Ordinance 2020-093 and the school board's resolution that was approved on April 20th, 2020. The notice of the meeting stated that the meeting would be a virtual meeting and would be live streamed on the school division's Facebook page. The public could view it there and the link was provided. It also stated that the board would not receive in-person public comment. However, public comments could be submitted to the clerk, and it gave the link the email address to submit those. The agenda for the meeting was posted to the RPS board doc site and the link was provided. You ready for roll call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mrs. Page?
Here.
Ms. Cosby?
Here.
Mr. Young?
Here.
Dr. Sapini? Mrs. Dorr?
Here.
Was that Dr. Sapini?
Dr.
Yes.
Sapini is here, yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Dorr? Ms. Gibson?
Here.
Mrs. Burke?
Here.
And Ms. Owen?
Here. So our next item of business,
Go ahead.
next item of business is to adopt the agenda. And Ms. Gibson has indicated that she would like to request 2 changes. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to add an agenda item specific to updates on the Camelot contract and also an agenda item with a brief update on next step regarding the SROs.
Camelot contract? There's nothing I'm familiar with. Mr.
Both
Cameron?
of those items we had discussed in agenda setting to have at our next meeting, but if the board wanted to have a discussion, of course, we're not prepared with additional information at this time, but certainly glad to answer any questions we can.
Great.
So, Ms. Gibson, could we wait until the next meeting for that, or you want something tonight?
Yeah, I think we should discuss, get whatever updates there are this evening as a first step.
All right, so you are making an motion to amend the agenda to include a discussion of the ChemLab contract and also a further discussion or update on the SROs. Is that correct?
It's
Camelot.
Camelot.
Oh.
Yes.
Camelot, not SROs. I'm sorry. Okay.
No, it's both. Those are 2 different agenda items, but I thought you pronounced Camelot incorrectly, but it's.
You're right, I did.
It's fun.
I heard it differently. I'm sorry. Okay, so an update on the Camelot contract, discussion of the SROs. Did I get it right this time? Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Page.
I have a question. So I see that public information comments will be read for no longer than a minute. Was that board consensus?
Well, actually, we are going to hopefully read them for 3 since there are fewer of them. I was going to address that when we got a little closer.
Okay, well, before we adopt the agenda, I want to ask that question.
Okay. So is there a second to Ms. Gibson's motion? Okay, I don't see a second, so I'm afraid that
Second.
okay. Thank you, Ms. Cosby. All right, so now we have the motion and the second, and so we will have a vote.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Dr. Sapini,
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
No.
Ms. Owen.
No?
Motion passes 5 yea, 2 noes.
So who are we missing?
Mrs. Wilson, I've joined the meeting.
Sorry.
It's fine. I didn't hear the original motion, so I'm fine to not vote, but I've joined.
Somebody else,
No, that's Mr. Barlow. I knew would be late.
right. So
Okay.
those two.
Okay. So then the next item is to approve the minutes of the June 29th meeting, the July 9th meeting, the special meeting of July 14th, and the July 20th meeting. Is there a motion to approve those?
Moved.
All right, Ms. Dorr has moved that. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Page. All right, we will have the vote to approve the minutes.
Give me 1 second, please. So it was made by Ms. Dorr, seconded by Ms. Page.
That is correct.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Young, Mr. Young, Dr.
You're on.
Sapini,
Sorry. Sorry, Angie. Yes.
thank you. Dr. Sapini,
Yes.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. Owen,
Yes?
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, then we come to public information, and we have 32 items tonight, and so I believe we can read them within our, hopefully, less than 2 hours. So, Ms. Wilson, if you are ready to,
I am pulling them up. Tom Hartman, if we are going to remove police SROs from Richmond Public Schools, I urge that it be for a reset, not a permanent separation. Our young people must establish good, positive relationships with police. So please, even in our language, let us refer not to removal, but to transition. Reset, not termination. Bend way over backwards, please, a full 180 degrees to couch this transition in positive, forward-looking, appreciative language. Then let us brainstorm, invent, experiment. How can the world police be for our young people the beautiful, inclusive community word it is meant to be? Let us always, always, always come together in the spirit of partnership. Charlotte Talley, I am a woman, a wife, a mother, and a grandparent, as well as a professional. I have raised my own 3 children, a niece and a nephew, and now I'm parenting 2 boys, one 10-year-old with autism and one soon-to-be 9-year-old with ASD, which my husband and I took in when they were 2 and 3 years old. They have come a long way since we first got them. However, they still have challenges and need a great deal of support. The greatest need is for my soon-to-be 9-year-old. Since the closing of schools on March 13th, he has regressed emotionally, socially, and academically. Daily, he has meltdowns, is unable to communicate, and stuck physically in his preservation. He is in great need of social interactions with his peers. He was in a general education setting at John B. Carey for 3rd grade, now moving up into 4th grade. However, I am deeply concerned for him that by the time schools reopen for in-person instruction, that he will have regressed and will need either a one-on-one or be retained in a small classroom. It may take an entire school year or more to get him back. There is a silver lining in that my 10-year-old is blossoming. His speech has improved, and his ability to maintain a conversation is astounding. He is expressing his feelings and setting limits for what he wants and doesn't want with his brother. Summer camp for our almost 9-year-old has only caused greater distress for our son, and the meltdowns have increased. Yet his ability to perform academically has diminished, even with my support to do the task. If there isn't some option for face-to-face for him, I will need to do homeschooling on my own and hope for the best, because for him, virtual instruction is not an option. I know I'm not alone with these challenges, and some parents even have additional challenges and multiple students in the home with babies and toddlers and their parents trying to work. It's heartbreaking to think of. Are there any plans for doing the repairs, renovations, modifications to our school buildings while they're not being used to teach our children? It would seem that we could be working on that to make our buildings safer and ready to receive our children when it's deemed they can return. Randy Ash, Richmond School Board. I am a 35-year retired veteran of the Richmond Public School System. I was a teacher, department head, coach, athletic director, and acting assistant principal at John F. Kennedy and Armstrong High Schools. I am also a voting resident of the 3rd District as I reside in Ginter Park, North Richmond. I am vehemently opposed to removing the resource officers from Richmond Public Schools. Richmond police officers, unfortunately, are needed and necessary beings in each of our middle and high schools throughout the city of Richmond. Safety should be the #1 priority provided by the school system for every student and employee. As a 35-year veteran of RPS, I witnessed numerous violent occasions within the school, which required the services of the resource Richmond police officer. In fact, sometimes one officer was not enough. I can also tell you that the incident or violent data reported to the school board is underreported due to the manipulation of numbers by the building principals. Most administrators do not want to give the impression that they are not in control of the school. Removing resource officers from our schools would be a grave mistake by our Richmond School Board. The powers that be need to visit the schools unannounced often to get a true evaluation of the climate of each school. William James, this communication is written in support of retaining the resource officers in Richmond Public Schools. I am a retired teacher and building administrator, having worked in the district for 38 years. During my tenure as an assistant principal and principal, I viewed the resource officers as essential personnel on my staff. Their mere presence in the building brought a calmness to the educational environment and provided me with another set of listening ears that students relied upon. In addition, when a student was in jeopardy of violating the student code of conduct, the resource officers were called to share the criminal law not only to the student, but also to the parents and guardians. These resource officers are a must to supporting the climate in each RPS school, making it conducive to learning. I view them as an integral part of the staff and a vital tool in the holistic development of the building's population. Please allow them to continue to serve in our schools. Nicole Sparkman, to whom it may concern. It is not the will of the many staff members in RPS schools to remove our beloved officers. These officers are a huge part of our school community, and know they are the officers who are out here killing Black Americans. I'm sorry, and no, they are not the officers who are out here killing Black Americans. I have on many occasions been helped by these officers. They are in our schools to provide structure and protection and have been some of the best people I have run into in RVA. I have always seen these officers respond to situations with professionalism and care. It would be a great injustice to our students, staff, and communities to lose these fine officers. But you guys can remove the officers who murdered Breonna Taylor. Do that. Those are the kinds of callous individuals who don't deserve badges. Glenn Anderson, I am Student Activities Director at Armstrong High School, and I'm writing this email in support of keeping the school resource officers in Richmond Public Schools. In my 12 years working at Armstrong High School, I have witnessed how our SROs have grown to be part of the total school culture of Wildcat Nation. I would first like to specifically name the SROs that have served at Armstrong over the years. Individuals that the staff and students have grown to rely upon. Officer May, Officer Hinton, Officer Chaston, Officer Foster, Officer Moore, and Officer Harris. Not only do they have an unassuming presence in the building throughout the school day, but they also have a pulse of what is happening in the community, which aids in the Armstrong staff in mitigating any possible issues. Additionally, our SROs have been part of the fabric of the school. For example, Officer May has been instrumental in participating with the Fine Arts program, while others have participated in staff and student enrichment activities. Personally, they have been very helpful by assisting with various activities, such as sporting events, plays, etc. I would like for you all to consider reflecting on the needs of the community and individual schools before making a blanket decision to eliminate SROs from all schools. Catherine Willis, as an RPS teacher, I am in full support of divesting the $4 million annually that RPS spends on school security and removing school resource officers and school security, including personnel and metal detectors, from all Richmond public schools. Invest that money in mental health services. This past year, our violence prevention specialist was told she was also required to focus on attendance. This meant she had less face time with the students and spent more time either downtown or in the office in meetings. Yet she was still expected to serve over 800 students. We need more mental health services in our schools, not security guards who tackle kids to the ground and police children like they are criminals. Thank you. Shelby Horner, Richmond Public Schools spends around $4 million on school security annually, and that security has disproportionately suspended, arrested, and punished Black students. In the 2018-2019 school year, Black students made up 100% of expulsions. How do you explain that statistic? How do you explain spending that much on security that has done nothing but target Black students? I demand that RPS end the memorandum of understanding with Richmond Police Department and remove school resource officers. I demand that you divest the $4 million RPS spends on school security services, including school security officers. I demand that you invest that money in mental health supports and restorative justice programs as imagined by communities. I demand you change the student code of responsibility and ethics to ensure meaningful interventions are practiced as opposed to suspension and expulsion. Catherine Morgan. Dear Richmond Public School Board members, please consider removing resource officers from Richmond Public Schools and bring an end to the memorandum of understanding with the Richmond Police Department. I cannot understand what it feels like to be the mother of Black children, but I do understand the overwhelming desire to protect children from harm and pain and fear. If the presence of SROs creates an environment that makes any of our students feel threatened, devalued, anxious, or less than, we cannot allow them to remain. Brains cannot learn when bodies do not feel safe. As a mother of a Virginia public school student, I call on you to divest the $4 million RPS spends on school security services and invest that money in mental health supports and restorative justice programs as imagined by communities. Also, please change the student code of responsible ethics to ensure meaningful interventions are practiced as opposed to suspension and expulsion. I urge you to take authentic, engaged, and intentional community and youth-led processes to inform these decisions and to develop additional details. Please help the children of our future to feel engaged, inspired, supported, and heard. Each child deserves to be nurtured so their brilliance can shine forth into this world. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sarah Barica. I am a parent of an RPS rising 6th grade student at Lucille Brown. I really need to understand what these virtual classes will look like when school starts. I am trying to hire in-home support for my child, but I don't know how to prepare. Can I get answers to the following questions? Will classes be on a set schedule? How long will the school day be, and or when will classes start in? Are the classes guided by a teacher or self-guided? How strict will attendance be? Can the person I hire attend virtual classes with my child? Will there be testing to ensure my child is on track with learning? Or what systems will hold my child accountable for the work due? My child is friends with students in other RPS schools. Can they participate in virtual classes together? We are on a waiting list for Benford. Has that been placed on hold? Or will I find out my child has been accepted to Benford at some point? If so, how will that work with virtual learning? Thank you in advance for your support and direction. Carmen Terrell. I think more counselors and mentors are needed in schools rather than these resource officers because enforcement of zero tolerance for violence, bullying, and weapons needs to be done. I was asked this by Jasmine from Kate Hoffman's office. She's supposed to call me back, but never did. But I'm telling you all like I told this to her. It's like how we as citizens should be when we see stuff going on by the police. Record what's going on the phone and see if the person or the officer needs help. In school, phones can't be used, but more cameras and footage need to record what goes on with the students and teachers when stuff goes on. So, time to improve the cameras and the footage so things are viewed much clearer. If a weapon is used, zero tolerance rule applies and time to expel the student, but also provide the caretaker of the child with resources to go get help, as well as other options for the student to attend school. As far as fighting and bullying, it depends on how that's done, but usually a student would need to talk to a counselor or mentor, so have them on site would make things easier. But once again, send home resources to get counseling and a mentor. Having mentors and counselors on site at school will help much better than a resource officer because students have their own issues to deal with in themselves, but to be treated inhumanely is unacceptable. A lot of times, temporary insanity comes into play when some situations happen, so who better to handle this? A counselor. The caretaker of the student shouldn't be blamed for the stuff the student did. Also, because it's not right blaming them because one can't control another person's mind. So that's why to the counselor's help to identify the cause of the problem. So bottom line, take the officers out and put the mentor and counselor in. I am voicing this because I already know in a few schools what I've mentioned is going on in some Richmond schools, but this needs to increase. Take the metal detectors out and find other ways to make sure library books are paid for instead of holding report cards and diplomas. The bigger focus right now, though, is keeping teachers, students, and school staff at home and online until there's a better grip on the virus situation because health matters right now. So this is what I've commented at another school board meeting, but please do better in this matter. Just because kids are going through things in life doesn't mean to treat them like thugs and criminals. Take accountability on how things are handled. After all, we as parents have to, or else they'll be taken from parents and the child will suffer even more in foster care. Bottom line, if we as parents got to be accountable for our actions, you all should too. This is why the issue of defunding the police is brought up. Thank you. Isabella Ragazzi. Dear Richmond School Board, I am writing to submit a public comment for the upcoming school board meeting. I understand that one of the topics being discussed is the removal of police officers from Richmond Public Schools. As a RPS alumna, I am particularly troubled to see police officers in our educational institutions. In my own experience, I saw no added benefit from having these officers in my schools, and frankly, no need. Right now, RPS spends $4 million on school security officers, and that money would be much better spent on providing students with real support, i.e. counselors, mental health support, increasing teacher salaries, and purchasing school supplies, which teachers all too often pay for out of pocket. I call on the school board to support the removal of police officers from Richmond Public Schools. It is extremely harmful that the first course of action for student misbehavior involves a police officer, and that the default response is to suspend or expel students rather than support and engage them. This harm is disproportionately felt by BIPOC students. For instance, in the 2018-19 school year, Black students made up 61.1% of RPS's total student population, but made up 92.9% of long-term suspensions and 100% of expulsions. This is clearly a problem. Currently, Richmond Public Schools is failing its students. You all, as the primary decision makers for Richmond school system, have allowed RPD officers to have a strong presence at our schools and have been complicit in perpetuating the school push-out of BIPOC and the school-to-prison pipeline. However, in this moment, you can be leaders in building a better school system that serves all of our students, one that protects and nurtures our students and emphasizes restorative rather than punitive justice. I call on the school board to do the following. In the memorandum of understanding with the Richmond Police Department and remove officers from RPS. 2, divest the $4 million spent on school security services and invest that money in mental health support and restorative justice programs devised through engagement and the community. 3, change the student code of responsible ethics to ensure the practice of meaningful interventions in issues related to student misconduct and rather than expulsions and suspensions. 4, listen to youth and community members impacted by the school to prison pipeline, and undertake intentional and authentic community and youth-led processes to inform these decisions on the changes that need to be made within RPS. Thank you for your time and considering this comment. Jessica Shim. Hello, I am a teacher in RPS and a resident of the 4th District. I am writing to ask the school board to reallocate the $4 million that RPS spends on school security services, including SSOs, to mental health supports, restorative justice programs, and other community youth-led initiatives that address the root causes of inequities in education. If we do not start taking action immediately to radically reimagine what care and justice looks like in schools and beyond, we will continue to spend millions of dollars on short-term Band-Aid solutions, such as policing our children, which does not address the root of the problem and does not structurally transform our society and what justice looks like in our communities. Students, Black and brown students, will continue to be suspended at disproportionately high rates, and teachers like me will continue to provide public schooling under an inherently racist context of policing. It is scary to think about changing the big picture from what we might be used to. However, this is a beautiful opportunity for students, parents, caregivers, and other community members to imagine new methods of justice that are based on values of trust and community as opposed to fear and individualism. I urge for the school board to prioritize ensuring meaningful interventions as opposed to suspension and expulsion, listening authentically and intentionally to youth and community members about what they want to see happen next, and align the processes of fighting for education, justice, and other efforts that intersect education, such as housing justice, environmental justice, and transportation justice. I often tell my students that school is beyond the 4 walls of the classroom. This is a great opportunity for us as adults to practice that. Thank you. Cassandra Cossett. Dear Richmond School Board members, it is time to remove police officers and resource officers from our schools and replace them with professional guidance counselors, social workers, nutritionists, nurses, and other mental health advocates that have the skills and training to support the growth and redirection of our children and youth. Schools should be a place where children learn values and explore how they can be valuable. Every child should have this. Remove the police so the kids feel safe and valued rather than judged and surveilled, and provide humane care for kids who are confused or acting out. It is time to create a learning environment that reflects Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Do not stamp children as suspects and criminals. Do not give them the impression that they are destined for prison no matter what. They need to feel valued, that change is possible, and that they have something to bring to the world. Maybe this sounds too idealistic, but cops and punitive discipline tactics should certainly not be the default. Time to change. Please lead with love. Thank you. Jeannie Boker, I am again echoing the 43 pages of public comments from the June 29th meeting that were never read into the record, asking for a re-examination of SROs in our schools. I hope that there will be a community-led process for reimagining school safety, including a comprehensive review of SROs, SSOs, and the Student Code of Responsible Ethics, especially page 31. Ryan Dondero, I am writing in support of those advocating for a rethinking of police and discipline in Richmond Public Schools. I applaud the recent position taken by Superintendent Cameras with respect to recommending the removal of school resource officers from our city schools, and the work members of this school board, especially Kenya Gibson, have done in prioritizing and driving the discussion of this issue. While the removal of SROs is an important first step to reimagining police and discipline in RPS, it is also only the first step. In a district that disproportionately suspends and expels Black students, this board must go much, much further. We must divest from district-wide programs that lead to the over-policing of our schools, invest in restorative justice programs and mental health supports for our students, and fundamentally alter our approach to student discipline. One of the priorities of the RPS strategic plan is to foster safe and loving school cultures. Let us listen to our students, our teachers, and our community members in making this priority a reality. Let us continue the work that has already begun. Louis Luna, we need to end RPS's MOU with the Richmond Police Department. Virginia is one of the worst states, and Richmond is one of the worst cities for the school to prison pipeline. As a former teacher at the Richmond Alternative School, I've seen the damage and trauma that treating students like criminals has done to our children and communities. RPS needs to review the allocation of funds for school security officers. I've personally seen school security officers physically abuse students with no provocation, not that provocation matters, and when brought to the principal's attention was told to stay out of security's business. Because our school security officers are contracted from a private company, our principals do not feel they have authority over them, creating a very dangerous dynamic with no oversight of security officers. One security I've seen abuse students got a promotion. We also need to review and revise SCORE. Because of SCORE and current protocols surrounding discipline in RPS, I've had a student who was arrested for marijuana at the school, and then while awaiting panel hearing for months was involved in a robbery homicide and is now in jail. If the student was in school, this would not have happened. He was kicked out of school for marijuana and then sent to jail because of a homicide. RPS did that. Our community did that. We need to do better. Sarah Beth Kawagu, good evening. As a kindergarten teacher who actively taught online in the spring and then taught summer school, I believe that 5- and 6-year-olds can handle a maximum of 2.5 to 3 hours online. Movement breaks at least 45 minutes is essential. It is difficult for children to sit still for that amount of time. It is critical that the students are independent during their live class time. Parents must be able to focus on their work or other children. To make this possible, we cannot ask young children to utilize technology other than Google Meet when they are meeting with us. Any other technology usage should be during independent work time when a parent can log them in. K and first students can barely keep track of unmuting themselves. If we integrate technology such as iReady or RES, kids during their time with us, they will be dependent on their parents' assistance. I am excited and eager to work with my students online in small groups and one-on-one when appropriate. I look forward to setting that up at a time separate from live whole group time. Jackie Small. In order to more fully begin to address the school to prison pipeline, RPS School Board needs to not only end the MOU with Richmond Police, but also reinvest the $4 million of the budget that's spent on private security in schools, SSOs, in mental health support and staff restorative justice program for our students. Additionally, restorative justice will not be possible without a thorough overhaul of RPS's score to promote meaningful interventions. We all know how devastating the juvenile system is to kids. It's our jobs to do everything within our power to prevent them from ending up in those systems. So why are our schools functioning as if they're an auxiliary arm? Shifting the culture of school discipline will be incredibly difficult work, but our students deserve schools that are places of love, healing, and growth. So we have to do everything in our power to make that happen. Thank you.
Ms. Wilson?
Okay.
Okay.
Everything went out on my end. Do I need to start over that one?
Malady, Malady.
Yes.
And our interpreters have asked also that you read a little more slowly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize, it's storming here. She says, I hold a master's degree in rehabilitation counseling and previously worked as a case manager for children receiving support services in Richmond, Virginia, almost all of whom attended Richmond Public Schools. During the 2018-2019 school year, Black students made up 66.1% of the total student population, but they made up 92.9% of long-term suspensions and 100% of students expelled. Richmond Public Schools spends $4 million on school security students at exceedingly higher rates than their non-Black peers. RPS must divest the $4 million that it spends on school security services, including school security officers. RPS must end the MOU with RPD and remove school resource officers from RPS. RPS must invest that money in mental health supports and restorative justice programs as imagined by the communities to provide care,
Ms. Wilson?
must change the student code of responsible ethics to ensure meaningful interventions are practiced as opposed to suspension and expulsion. There are no bad children, only children that need care and support. I urge the board to undertake authentic, engaged, and intentional community and youth-led processes to inform your decisions and develop action for change. We must defend Black futures. Kendra Crabtree. I am a resident of Richmond City, and I would like to express my support for removing SROs and SSOs from Richmond Public Schools and investing those funds in restorative practices and mental health. I also believe the code of conduct needs to be revised to reduce suspension and expulsion practices. Jennifer Surratt, I want to thank publicly the RPS students for their leadership. It is their direct action culminating in the July 23rd Civic Voice Town Hall, where they were able to share experiences with racism and the negative impact of SROs in their schools. It was that student action that led to Superintendent Cameras publicly stating support that he would recommend the removal of SROs. There had been plenty of public comment prior to state the same, but it was the students who got it done. I encourage the school board to also examine the role of school security officers, SSOs, and their impact as well. I believe that I am hearing our students share that a learning environment that either is or even feels to be heavily policed is not an environment where one thrives and learns. This is certainly supported by research, and the voices of RPS youth affirm this. I know that right now, so many are challenged in their own homes and in the larger community as the needs seem keep piling up as the resources do not. I firmly believe that we have better ways to support and care for our children, youth, and families, and that we do have the resources if we begin to re-examine how we spend our money and divesting expenditures from policing presence through SROs and SSOs is a start. Thank you. Bethany Awesome. I appreciate the school board's previous desire to allow time to consider the removal of police in our schools. My opinion has not changed since the last discussion. In my experience, school resource officers contribute more harm than good and perpetuate an environment of fear and judgment in a place that should be filled with celebration and compassion. These are the precious formative years of our children, and the punitive influence of police presence is of great concern. With COVID-related distance learning, this is a uniquely opportune time to plan for the removal of police from our schools. Please use this time to thoughtfully plan for the changes necessary to provide our children with the supportive educational environment they deserve. Thank you for your time. Catherine Green, to the RPS School Board. I am a teacher at Albert Hill. Given the steep learning curve many teachers will face teaching virtually, it is imperative that more time is built into the schedule for teachers to plan synchronous and asynchronous lessons. If teachers are asked to sit in front of their computers for the length of a normal school day, and then asked to be innovative in their off hours to plan effective lessons for their students, teacher burnout will skyrocket and students will suffer for it. Middle school teachers will require more than 1 hour to plan per day. I implore you to take this into consideration when voting on the middle school schedule. Thank you. J.C. Page, could you touch on what virtual kindergarten will potentially look like, especially the daily structure, time commitment, etc.? I am a full-time working mom, and I'm trying to figure out how much time my child will need to be in front of a computer on a daily basis so I can work my schedule around that. Will it be possible to speak with kindergarten teachers prior to the start of the school year regarding what they are planning? Thanks for all the help. Austin Harbor. I would very much like to submit a public comment for your Richmond Public School Board. Police officers in schools have been shown to be ineffective. They have not prevented anything and have only harmed students. They extend institutionalized racism into the school system, disproportionately targeting students of color. They should be divested, and those funds should be reallocated for after-school activities and mental health resources. These things have actually been shown to prevent crime. Secondly, I am unaware of your current plan on reopening schools in a pandemic. Going online seems impossible because many students are living under the poverty rate and would not have access to Wi-Fi or computers. With the right budget, as an underfunded department seems unlikely, you could create a proper infrastructure that would raise these children out of poverty. If the city put funds into constructing a Wi-Fi network for poor communities and giving laptops to every child, then they would have new opportunities to better their future. I believe this will be the only effective way for public schools to go online. So in short, I believe you should request a larger budget to support distance learning. Allison and Scott Little. We are parents of an upcoming first grader at Fox. Wanted to give our opinion about the upcoming fall and virtual learning. We don't think there should be a lengthy online presence every day. Trying to ask kids that young to sit and participate like that seems it would create stress for both the teachers and kids. We like the idea of having a big group in the morning and smaller groups of students in the afternoon for a more personal interaction with just one site like Google Meet. We also think there should be many breaks, letting them stretch, move around, etc. I think it's going to be hard keeping their attention day in and day out online, so trying to keep the schedule as close to their schedule as if they were physically in the building is important. If the split day won't work, then we think morning schedule of 9 to 11, 11:30, something along those lines. We think it's important they get as many subjects as possible, but we feel being online all day isn't beneficial to anybody. There needs to be a more narrow window. Please consider keeping the daily online to a smaller window. There will still be independent work done during the day after they are off their calls. At least we can plan to do that for our child, and I would imagine many other families will as well. Bottom line, we feel consistency is key, especially in this age group. Thank you for your time and consideration. Macaraya Scott. Dear Richmond School Board members, I am writing to urge you to find sufficient nurses, counselors, social workers, and school psychiatrists for our schools in Richmond instead of paying for SROs. Diverting education dollars from these needs shortchanges our children and their families. I have no problem with police officers reaching out to and visiting schools in order to build relationships with students. In fact, we have enjoyed seeing such an officer at Fox Elementary, and it seems like a type of community outreach the police department should do. However, having education dollars fund full-time officers in schools sends the wrong message to students and hurts us all by taking money that can pay for supportive services. Thank you. Amanda Gibson. Thank you to RPS teachers, staff, administration, and the school board for thoughtfully considering how to instruct our city students during this difficult time. I am writing to offer my perspective as a parent whose two children, rising first and fifth grade students, attended virtual summer school. First, allow me to commend my children's teachers, YMCA counselors, and the other visionary innovators behind Camp at Home. I was very impressed overall with the program. My first graders teacher and camp counselor worked together seamlessly, supporting each other when students needed help. I liked the curriculum with its primary focus on literacy and math. Finally, I really liked that the mix of students was much more diverse than our home school. My first grader small class included Black, white, Latinx, and non-native English speakers. However, this model of distance learning has limitations, especially for the youngest learners. My first grader did well in kindergarten with no attention or behavior issues. Despite his ability to do well in a classroom setting, I had to sit next to him the entire time he was virtual learning. The minute I wasn't next to him, he would disengage, clicking over to other sites on his computer and running down the hall to check in with his older brother. The experience was frustrating for me and my child. and this was with a very small class and a camp counselor to assist. I cannot imagine how it will work with no camp counselor and when teachers have triple the number of students to manage. We made it to the end of 5 weeks, but there is no way this structure will work for us in the fall. My 5th grader fared better. He was better able to stay engaged for the full 3.5 hours a day without my intervention. However, his teacher communicated to me that it was still difficult to keep him engaged at times. I would like to ask the administration and school board for flexibility for teachers and families. I would like for my children to remain enrolled in RPS. I am terrified that so many parents like me will opt out of public school this year that when we do safely come back, our schools will be effectively defunded. Please consider a hybrid approach. Please allow me as a parent to share in the work that will be required to educate our students this fall. I will do the instruction. I will seek out the teacher as a mentor guide and as assessor. But virtual learning, as it was envisioned in Camp at Home, is not a viable option for our family. Thank you for your consideration. Graham Sturm. I am writing today in support of our SROs. I am a history teacher at Armstrong High School, but today I would like to talk to you about another history teacher from Armstrong High School. On June 15, 1998, Armstrong teacher Greg Carter was shot in the hallway of Armstrong High School. 8 to 9 bullets flew through the hallway that day. He was not the only person shot. The following was posted in the New York Times as the story ran nationally. Richmond's Deputy Police Chief, Teresa Gooch, said the shots had been fired from a .32 caliber Llama semi-automatic handgun. Several students were in the quarter at the time of the shooting, and investigators believe that one of them, and not Mr. Carter or Ms. Wilson, was the intended target. The shooting followed an argument earlier in the day between two groups of youths that was not gang-related, Ms. Gooch said. The gunman was chased down by a uniformed city police officer who was stationed at the school. Fortunately, no one was killed that day at Armstrong. I am no stranger to a school shooting. I was a sophomore on campus at Virginia Tech the day that a gunman entered the building, chained and locked the doors from the inside, and shot and killed 30 of my peers. The RPS data presented showed that in the previous year, Armstrong had 7 arrests, but the data does not show the 2 students that were killed outside of the building this year as a result of the gun violence that plagues the community for which I teach. And so I write to remind you that all of our first priority as educators is always, always, always student safety. As one of your teachers, do not ask me to be the next Greg Carter, just as I ask that you not allow any of my students to be the next Graham Sturm. Our SROs deserve your support as he enters our building each day with the knowledge that he is there to protect our children and that he may be the only person capable of preventing another school shooting. The next comment is from Cassie Powell. They sent a letter that was signed by a lot of people, so I'll just read the comments. Dear Chairwoman Owen, Vice Chairwoman Burke, Superintendent Cameras, and members of the board, we, the undersigned organizations and community members, write this letter to urge the board to end the push-out of RPS students. Currently, Richmond's Student Code of Responsible Ethics and the presence of school resource officers and school security officers work in tandem to push Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and LGBTQ students, as well as students with disabilities, out of Richmond Public Schools and into the school-to-prison pipeline. We applaud Superintendent Cameras' recommendation that SROs be removed from schools. However, we believe that such action without more will be wholly insufficient to remedy the excessive push-out of students from RPS. An extensive culture change led by impacted youth and community members is crucial to ensuring an end to the harm that is continuously perpetuated on Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and LGBTQ students, as well as students with disabilities, by RPS's practice of excessive push-out. We urge the board and the RPS administration to immediately end the memorandum of understanding with Richmond Police Department and remove school resource officers from RPS. Divest the approximately $4 million RPS currently spends on school security services, including school security officers, and invest that money in mental health supports and restorative justice programs as imagined by communities. Make significant changes to the Student Code of Responsible Ethics to ensure meaningful interventions are practiced whenever possible, or opposed to suspension and expulsion, and undertake authentic, engaged, and intentional community and youth-led processes to inform the above decisions and to develop additional details. We believe the pandemic forcing the need for virtual learning creates a unique and urgent opportunity for RPS to fundamentally change its culture of push-out. When students return to school, we can expect that students will have more extensive social and emotional needs than ever before. The time to make these changes is now. True community input from those youth and families who are most impacted by school push-out is vital for this culture change. The undersigned organizations and community members are available to meet with RPS to provide input and share details on how that community engagement should occur. We urge the board to act. Gray Dwyer. I am a math teacher at Huguenot. I am technically a first-year teacher. Last year, I completed my teaching residency with the RTR program. I myself, along with much of the public, am extremely concerned about the lack of resources and training I've received, particularly regarding trauma-informed care in the classroom and anti-racist practices in education and everywhere else. I'm having to find resources all on my own. I feel incredibly disconnected from other teachers. As a new teacher, I still do not have an RPS email, still do not have a work laptop, still no access to district resources, still no info on training, still no access to my roster. With such a high turnover rate and so many new teachers entering the district every year, this absolutely should not be the norm for new teachers. That I am doing all of this self-education on my own indicates that there are new teachers who may be ignoring these topics altogether. This is incredibly unsafe for our students who face a wide variety of serious and urgent issues inside and outside of school due to racial and economic disparity. Trainings on trauma-informed care and anti-racist initiatives need to be happening. This is not just a yearly professional development. The Child Abuse and Awareness module, which took about 1 hour to complete, is not enough. On this note, the district needs to seriously start scrutinizing RTR. I would like to see conversations between RTR alum, RTR staff, the school board, and the rest of RPS stakeholders. Their teaching training felt disconnected from RPS and inadequate to me. They claim to teach for social justice, yet are disconnected from any grassroots or mutual aid initiatives in Richmond. We spent no time getting to know Richmond families and their needs. All we had was 4 hours at Armstrong's ACE Academy, 4 hours out of the entire summer of training. I was given no training for trauma-informed care, teaching students with disabilities, teaching ELL students, or anti-racist practices. No training whatsoever. The restorative justice training was only a few hours long and it was inadequate. It was led by a white woman. This irresponsibility has consequences. Trigger warning for anti-Black racism, for example. I experienced a white RTR alum enact a serious microaggression against And that is the end of your comments.
Thank you very much,
You're welcome.
Ms. Wilson. All right. Now we move on to the personnel actions 3.01. Hello, Mr. Barlow.
Hello, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Ms. Owens, I'm happy to read the personnel actions summary or address any questions at this time.
Well, generally, we'd start with, I assume everybody has taken the time to look them over. Is there a motion to approve the personnel actions?
So moved.
Ms. Page has moved that we approve them. Is there,
Second.
and Ms. Burke has seconded. Okay. I see no questions or discussion in the chat. So we will move to the vote. Ms. Wilson?
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Abstain?
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Dr. Sapini,
Yes.
Ms. Young, Mr. Young,
Aye.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson.
She already abstained.
I'm sorry, Ms. Owen.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 8-0.
All right. Then our next item is 3.02 to receive a budget transfer for action. Is there Ms. Judasco?
Yes, good evening. As you'll see tonight, there are 3 budget transfers for your review and approval. The first in the document labeled crossing guards involves 2 transfers. One, given the retirement of one of the RPD legacy guards, we are converting those dollars into supplies for schools to build out safety infrastructure. The second part of that transfer is transferring the first semester stipends for our crossing guards into technology for teachers. The second transfer you'll see on the document in, labeled World Language Instructors, Itinerant Teachers. We are converting part-time foreign language instruction dollars into 1 full-time position at the elementary level to produce videos and support online instruction for all of our elementary schools who might need Spanish instruction. So this is actually an exciting expansion beyond just the 4 schools that had a part-time staff member previously. And then the third transfer you'll see is entitled Virtual Learning. Here you'll see the conversion of $2.5 million from our contracted transportation line, which is about half of that budget given our virtual status through February 8th to support 3 different instructional elements of our reopening strategy. The first is money for kits for both students and teachers. The second is for instructional technology and related professional development. And the third is for adult devices, including hotspots and cell phones to support remote work.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve the budget transfers?
I have a question.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Question.
I didn't see a question in the chat. So who was that?
Page, Mrs. Page.
Okay.
Michelle, question. So for the crossing guards, this is just to maintain the supplies or provide supplies to the existing pilot schools that have the pilot programs such as Blackwell?
That's a great question, Dawn. Not only will it maintain the supplies, but we'll be able to expand the infrastructure support to all elementary schools. That's not a guard back when we open in February, but all schools should be able to get cones, bollards, signs, and bike racks, things like that, that we can build out the infrastructure at this time.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
And was that Ms. Burke who made the motion to approve? Yes. All right, Ms.
Yes,
Burke.
Madam Chair.
Second,
All right, Ms. Burke moved and Ms. Page seconded the motion to approve the budget transfer. Is there any discussion? All right, then we will move to the vote. Ms. Wilson,
Mrs. Page,
yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Dr. Sapini,
Yes.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Madam Chair, Ms. Gibson did ask to speak.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. Gibson. Go ahead, Ms. Gibson.
Well, I wanted to inquire a little bit more about the foreign language program. Are we taking the money permanently so none of the schools will have in-person staff? It sounds like this seems to be something that would probably benefit from a bit more discussion. Just in terms of the program overall, if we're eliminating having these staff members in the school permanently.
Sorry, no, not at all. This was the part-time dollars. These were not staff that actually were on staff right now. So this was a way to build out the program. And any school that had full-time staff already maintains that staff.
Ms. Tedasco, you interrupted, so I'm sensitive to that. What I would like to see for a request like this is more information. So I want to know how many schools does this impact? Which of the schools that have full-time folks versus part-time folks, and a bit more clarity so that the public understands more about the plan. It seems like to me this is a discussion that is perhaps a bit more than just a budget transfer. It's a programmatic change in the school, and I think that it would benefit the public to have an understanding of what that is before we make this decision.
All right, let's continue with the vote. I think Mr. Barlow was up next, Ms. Wilson?
yes, Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
I'll abstain from this vote, thanks.
Ms. Owen,
Yes.
Ms. Burke.
Yes.
Motion passes
Thank you.
8-0.
All right. We have next board travel and district activity requests. I believe there's only one of those. Is that correct? Ms. Wilson?
I do have one from Ms. Dorr, and previously the board had voted to donate $1,000 to TJ, and her activity request that she had submitted was actually for $1,500. So she is submitting for the other $500 now because you voted only on $1,000 and that was in the minutes. So she just wants to correct that.
Okay. All right. So is there a motion for that additional $500 for TJ?
So moved.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Well, I think Mr. Barlow beat you, Ms. Burke. So we'll say Mr. Barlow made the motion and Ms. Burke, will you accept the second?
Yes, thank
All
you.
right. Then Ms. Wilson,
Is there any discussion?
any discussion? Mr. Barlow?
Yes, Madam Chair, after this vote, I've got a comment.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, so let's have the vote.
Okay. And the motion was made by Ms. Burke and seconded by, I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
So, and Mr. Barlow and seconded by Ms. Burke.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Abstain.
Dr. Sapini,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
and Ms. Owen.
Yes. All right. So that passed. Mr. Barlow, you have a comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. I ended up sending in a late breaking district activity request for $1,000 to Embrace Carver to support teacher training efforts with respect to virtual learning, and was hoping that that could be considered this evening as well. And that's to the Embrace Carver Elementary Foundation.
All right. Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
did you receive that?
I had an email pop up while I was reading public comment. I haven't had a chance to see what it was.
Okay. Well, I think we can say that Mr. Barlow is asking to expend $1,000. Did I get that right, Mr. Barlow?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
To Embrace Carver from his activity, his district activity fund. Is there a motion for Mr. Barlow's request?
Need a motion?
Yes, we do.
Madam Chair, I move that we receive Mr. Barlow's request.
Okay,
Second.
all right. So Ms. Burke made the motion. I'm not sure who was the second. Was that Ms. Page?
Yes.
Okay, that was Ms. Page. Is there any discussion? No? All right, then let's have the vote.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Abstain.
Dr. Sapini, Dr. Sapini, Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Yes.
and Ms. Owen.
Yes.
Okay. Motion
Yes.
passes. Is that Dr. Sapini?
Yes.
It is.
Thank you. Motion passes 8-0.
All right, thank you. I believe we had only one for 4.01. Is that correct, Ms. Wilson?
Yes, I don't know where Ms. Gibson wants hers. Is that going to be under board business or administration business?
I think
items that were added?
administration business.
Okay.
All right. So, Ms. Burke, is it okay if we push yours to a later meeting?
It's fine, Madam Chair. I'm anxious to get to the reopening of school information, so yes,
I
thank
am
you.
too. So
Yes,
thank you
thank you.
very much, Ms. Burke.
Yes, of course.
All
Thank
right, so then let's move to administration business 5.01, receive reopening next. And I see quite a lengthy piece of work here. Mr. Camrus.
Good evening, Chair Owen and School Board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to discuss Reopen with Love. our school reopening plan for our virtual semester for the fall of 2020. And I just want to begin by saying thank you to all of the teachers and principals and students and parents, caregivers, community partners, so many others who have helped develop this plan. There's still more work to do, of course, but this is an important first step, laying out a lot of the details. We've had a number of groups working daily, weekly, monthly to vet ideas, provide new and creative solutions to the many challenges that we face setting up a virtual semester. I'm particularly grateful to the reopening committee. There's a group of committee members who have faithfully joined our Zoom calls every week and without fail provide really helpful and insightful feedback that has guided us throughout this process. We also have a weekly call with all of our principals where they too have been incredible thought partners, our teacher advisory council, small groups of teachers who have quickly vetted ideas, elementary, middle, high, and so many others, and to all the members of the public who are watching this evening. So many of you have written in emails with all kinds of ideas and feedback that have been incredibly helpful. So thank you so much for all of those as well. As you'll see, and as I shared, we have called the plan Reopen with Love because our motto is teach with love, lead with love, and serve with love. And so we think we should reopen with love as well. And what that essentially means is we are going to move heaven and earth to create an incredible experience for our young people this fall, even though it's going to be virtual, which is not ideal. Of course, we would love to hug our students when they return to school in the fall. But I do think we have a really great plan which provides for their academic needs, their social and emotional needs, and we will continue to work around the clock to be creative, to stretch every resource, and to make sure that we are taking every possible step to maintain the health and safety of our kids, but also to make sure that they thrive during this fall semester. As you can see from the plan, it's divided up by each of our 5 offices. The academic office first, which is, as you know, aligned to the first priority in our strategic plan. Next is the talent office, aligned to our 2nd priority. 3rd is the schools office, aligned to our 3rd priority. 4th is the engagement office, aligned to our 4th priority. And finally, the operations office, aligned to our 5th priority. And so I'm going to turn it over to each of the members of the leadership team to walk us through. The operations office is split up amongst a number of the leadership team members, so they will chime in as appropriate at that time. I also want to thank the leadership team and their teams who have been working around the clock, coming up with new and creative solutions by the minute. I'm so grateful to each and every one of them, and to the board for sharing your feedback and thoughts and helping us sift through the many questions that we face for the start of the year. Last, before I throw it over to Dr. Epp to take us through the academic piece, I know there is a lot of anxiety, a lot of concern about what a virtual semester will look like, and I certainly empathize with that, both as superintendent, but also as a father. It has not been easy for anybody these last several months, and the prospect of continuing in the manner that we have had to endure for another several months, I know is a source of great anxiety for so many folks in our community. Please know that we are going to do everything we possibly can to support you, your students, our staff, so that we can not just survive this moment, but truly thrive for our kids, our families, and our staff. With that, I will turn it now to Dr. Epp, who has a beautiful new RPS background.
Thank you, Mr. Cameras.
And
Mr.
glad
Cameras,
to share the document if that would be helpful.
yes, can you share that, or would you like me to share my screen?
I'll do it.
Okay, great. Okay, good evening. I first wanted to echo Mr. Cameras's thank yous, and in particular share something that one of our teachers shared with me last week, which is, you know, flexibility and problem solving is the superpower of teachers. And so as we get into all of this, you know, there are no shortage of questions and no shortage of details. But what I'm wildly optimistic about is our teachers and our principals and our division staff's ability and our community's ability to problem solve, whatever it is that we need to problem solve for our kids. And I've just been so heartened by all of the different conversations I've had with those various constituencies from the instructional lens. So thank you. As we dig in, I wanted to start with a few framing thoughts. First, assumptions around our instructional day. You can scroll down just a little bit. In order to account for meal distribution, to ensure that every student who needs breakfast and lunch receives meals each day, to do that across the division at the scale with which we believe is necessary, we need to allow for time in the morning for food distribution. And therefore, so that students aren't interrupted from their instruction or their studies going to pickup sites, which will be via buses, and Dr. Harris will talk a little bit about that later, we need to start the instructional day at 9:15 across the board, from pre-K all the way through high school. So in general, most students will receive their food for the day in the morning, and there will be a few exceptions for pre-K students, just again because of the scope of our division, and for certain students who need door-to-door delivery. Again, Dr. Harris will talk a little bit about that later, but it does give some important constraints around our instructional schedule. The second big piece is we are very sensitive to the idea of students spending all day on a screen. I think most of us who've been working remotely for the last several months deeply understand how challenging that is for adults, much less for little ones. At the same time, we believe it's not only our responsibility, but it is possible to design a robust, engaging, and varied instructional day that is full, and so that students are able to learn and really not lose an instructional year, even in a virtual environment. So our day will account for full instruction, but we will incorporate significant physical breaks, brain breaks, as well as when teachers are planning their instruction, the goal is for that work to be engaging and in different modes, so that students are able to keep their interest and their stamina. Similar to a traditional school experience, our younger students, pre-K and elementary, will have a traditional teacher of record that sort of takes them through the day. And our high school and middle school students will more rotate through their courses. As we share our sample schedules, I do want to note we are providing suggested times, but the way the schedules will ultimately map out will depend on the school's master schedule. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. When we think about the types of learning students are engaged in, there are 3 types of learning. We've used different terms: live, playlist, etc. Ultimately, we've landed on what is most universal and clear, which is synchronous instruction, which means live, like this, with the teacher and the student. Asynchronous is when a student is working independently without being on screen or with a teacher live. That can both be on screen or it can be off screen. And then blended is what we think of in maybe a traditional block of time. So within a 45-minute or 90-minute block of literacy instruction, you would have a mix of synchronous and asynchronous, kind of back and forth. In terms of hardware, as we've shared before, all of our students will be issued a Chromebook eventually, and our primary platform will be Google Classroom. and students will access that using their email address. And then also for any additional instructional products, we have a single sign-on, which is eliminates the need for students to memorize lots of different passwords. And so this enables them to access their user profiles in various instructional technology and software. The one thing, as related to the software and the technology, and we've heard from families and from teachers where concerns about students getting stuck with the technology. So we certainly want to make sure that first, our teachers will receive training, but also we'll have some time built into the beginning of the year for teachers to really take students through features and to really help students get acclimated to these, particularly for our youngest students, but really for all students. There's so many features. We want to take the time to introduce students or reinforce for students. We also want to make sure that families and caregivers have access to some basic information so that if their child is stuck or if they're noticing a pattern, they know where to turn for resources and support. Additionally, when I think about, speaking of parents and caregivers, this idea of, will our parents and caregivers need to sit with their students throughout the day? While there are certainly, certain ages where you need an adult in the room for various purposes, it is our objective with planning and designing instruction to ensure that this is not necessary, except for the most youngest of students. And really that the role that a caregiver would play would really, that we would not place the instructional responsibility onto the caregiver. That instructional responsibility is really facilitated and guided by the teacher and through the interaction throughout the day. We are planning some additional supports for families who may need additional supports, or for students who may need in-home instructional aids, and I'll talk about that in just a bit. And then lastly, as Mr. Cameron shared in his RPS Direct last week, while we know that there are benefits to teachers teaching from their classrooms or having that option, given the complexities associated with having adults in the building, we want to minimize that risk. And so we do not want to, so again, we talk more about that in our health and safety plan. So student schedules, these are student facing schedules. And this is to give families and students a high level view of what the day looks like. These are not meant to be exact, precise schedules. And again, I want to emphasize our teachers who are planning on a week-to-week basis will be making adjustments based on what they're noticing that their students need, like we do in the traditional year. We think it's important, however, that the allotted time per subject or per section is consistent across the division so that teachers can appropriately plan and we can appropriately support teachers within these times. But schools will need to create master schedules where they assign their staff and their rotations. So you'll see these samples, but when the school year begins, your student will have if they're an elementary student, a teacher of record and what their daily schedule is. If they are a middle school student, they'll have their sequence of courses. Some students will have English language arts in the first class of the day. Some will have math, and they will rotate through. We want to emphasize that we have certainly tried to find many ways to be flexible for the many different realities that our families and parents are living with as the return to school approaches. And so we've tried to think about allowing any kind of flexibility where we can. At the same time, we want to make, I've heard feedback from families and from teachers that structure and routines and consistency is also highly important. And so the start to the day, we feel for purposes of that across the school division is to keep that at 9:15. Additionally, similarly, flexibility within the blocks, we largely anticipate a blended model with a mix of synchronous and asynchronous, but throughout the week or throughout a given day, a teacher will based on their lesson, based on their content. Some content is more suitable for asynchronous, offline, independent activity, and some content is much more appropriate for synchronous or blended. And so we'll be doing work with our teachers throughout pre-service to ensure, and teachers have already been digging into this to ensure that they have a range of tools to pull from to keep a balance of synchronous and asynchronous. At a minimum, though, we know that students will have daily touch points with their teachers live. That might be 5 minutes, it might be 15 minutes. And that might be at the beginning of a lesson, and it might be at the middle or the end. And so I think what's exciting here is there really is a lot of opportunity for teachers to be to innovate, and based on their students, really think about the rhythm and the flow that keeps students engaged. I also know that we also want to really emphasize that assumed in our design is we do not want students on the screen like this all day long. And so as we've thought about the design of the day and the more detailed scheduling guidance we'll be sharing with teachers, as well as the materials we'll be sending home textbooks, workbooks, and other items such that even novels. So every student in K-8 will have their own novels to read. For high schools, we have anchor texts. And so students will have things in their hand that they can do independent of a screen. And that will be built into the instructional days and weeks. And of course, individualized support. I think our virtual learning, while we've been working to strengthen individualized student support within the traditional school day structure, I do think that there's an opportunity to really ramp up personalized student support. We know that our students are going to have a range of needs. There's traditionally a summer slide, but now we have a potential COVID slide as well. And we definitely, as we planned our detailed schedules, personalized, individualized support in line with our academic intervention model is built into the guidance of our school day. And that includes both small group, one-to-one live support, but that also includes students accessing adaptive instructional resources like iReady or Dreambox or other things like that. And then lastly, really important caveat to the schedule is we know that we've heard loud and clear, and we know that our teachers need more time for planning, for professional development, for engaging as a staff themselves. Our adults too need to feel community. And so every Wednesday, we will end the live or synchronous parts of the school day at noon, and students will have work to complete in the afternoon, along with optional enrichment activities that we will develop with our partners. And during that time, teachers will have some time for planning and for professional development. Throughout, as long as we're in school virtually, we will have essentially a virtual early release for teachers. So sample schedules can be found here. I'm not going to go through line by line, but for pre-K, I want to call out a few things. We start a little bit earlier because their lunch actually comes in the middle of the day. So you'll see from 11 to 1:30, that's a 2.5 hour window. And that allows for lunch and meal pickup. That will also include breakfast for the following day, recess, outdoor play, as well as a nap or rest time. So that's why we have, that's unique to pre-K. We end a little bit earlier because of the age. We've built in literacy, lots of music and movement, and as well as creative play. And really, if you've ever seen the beauty of a pre-K teacher, everything they do is learning through creative play. And so I think a combination of the materials we send home and the menu of activities that we provide to caregivers, as well as the live instruction, will, I think, really mirror a lot of that creative play for our youngest students. Additionally, we have the benefit of having an instructional aide assigned to every preschool class. And so lots of the live instruction will automatically be split into 2 groups, and they'll kind of take turns. So the teacher will have a group and the instructional aide will have a group one day, and then maybe they'll flop. So there's that ability to work in smaller groups. For our K2 schedule, this is where we start again at 9:15. We start with a community circle, which is live, synchronous. And then we want to call out a few things. Again, the exact times will vary, but we certainly, wherever possible, advise that schools can schedule English language arts and math in the morning. Our teachers have shared how important that is. And but we also account for lunch, recess, and rest in the middle of the day, as well as making sure students have access to specials, which we call Encore. And we close the day with personalized learning time or creative play. And that again allows teachers and their peers at their school to provide related services, academic follow-up, one-to-one check-ins with students and or caregivers, any individual or small group counseling services, as well as dedicated ESL or IEP related services. I want to emphasize though, and we'll get to this in just a bit, but IEP services or students who are English language learners will also receive support within the structure of their standard subjects. So this is not the only time that they receive that support. 3-5 is just a little bit different. We've pulled out the creative play, the explicit creative play, and just because we need a bit more time for the English language arts block. And so we have that here, as well as everything else is pretty similar. Still, students still have access to lunch and recess and time for rest if needed. Also Encore, as well as personalized learning support. I want to highlight, just because it says Encore at 2 o'clock, doesn't mean that every student will get Encore or 2:30, that we'll all get Encore at 2:30. If you've been a principal doing a master schedule, it doesn't quite work that way. But most specials and electives will still be scheduled in the later half of the day, not the morning half of the day, because that's prime time for literacy and math instruction wherever possible. For our middle schools, our middle schools have, some of our middle schools have a 4-period day and some have a 6-period day. And so these do not change the what that students receive. It is how the instruction is organized. The 4-period day allows us to have an extended amount of time for math and ELA, and to embed interventions and academic supports within the instructional block. And a 6-period day, as you'll see, sort of pulls that out a bit more. We still embed that, but one of the electives can turn into a dedicated academic support elective rather than being embedded in the time. So ultimately, students still have each of the same thing. They have their core content, they have 2 electives, and they have support. It's just how the time is organized, and how the other main difference is in a 4-period day, science and social studies are taught every other day for 90 minutes rather than every day here. So that's the standard middle school schedule. It follows the flow of a traditional schedule, but the learning experience is highly blended with transitions built in for students to stretch their legs, log out of one class, go into another class, etc. And then high school, as we shared, I believe earlier, we will be using a 4x4 schedule, which means students take 4 courses every day, double blocked for a semester, and then they pick up another 4 the second semester. So they still have a total of 8 courses for the entire school year. They just take 4 at a time. And again, this follows, these are 90-minute courses. Again, you'll see blended instruction in these. One benefit here is students can take courses courses still will be offered through RTC, albeit virtually, but students can take a full load because we do not have the loss of transportation time. So we certainly want to encourage students to take advantage of this time to explore courses offered at RTC. And the technology available is pretty incredible in terms of the type of virtual simulation that can be done for things that we've previously thought of as hands-on, and probably a little bit safer when I think about what woodshop maybe. I know one of the big questions has been, how will we support our students who have additional needs, particularly students with IEPs or students who are English learners? And so I'll talk first about our students who have IEPs. I want to emphasize the I in IEP, in that the individualization as outlined in the IEP is the most important thing that drives the services. And we have 3,800 students in RPS with an IEP or a 504, and each of those have unique needs. There are certainly common categories and common services, but we just have to continually be careful to not paint all students with a broad brush. So ultimately, the supports provided for students with IEPs is based on what the IEP team outlines. We have about 400 students out of this group who require more intensive supports. So about 3,400 of our students who have IEPs, they generally have academic learning gaps, particularly in ELA and math. And so their IEP is inherently focused on addressing those learning gaps in particular, which happens in the context of learning and math instruction, traditionally through their general education teacher making modifications or accommodations, collaborative teaching classrooms where there's a general education teacher and a special education teacher, or push-in services where a teacher in this case, push-in virtually might be pulling a kid in a small virtual breakout group. So most of our students with an IEP can still be served in the virtual context because their placement and services are in the context of the general education setting with their peers. For the 400 or so students who, there are some students who need more intensive supports. And these might be students who are in a self-contained classroom for most of the day. They might be attending a private day school or receiving homebound instruction because the general classroom setting doesn't really work fully for them. And so these students would still receive instruction and support virtually from their teachers and then any related services providers. If a group of students had some challenges, so the students in this category, again, are often, it's about sort of the instruction can still be delivered virtually, but then there's supports for access or related services that students receive in addition to the academic instruction. There are some services that cannot be provided virtually, and students, we certainly will make sure that students receive that. And I think the headline here is, we want parents and families to partner with IEP teams to outline the students' needs, and then we are going to find a way, wherever possible, to provide that. And if for some reason that's just not feasible, that would be a conversation within the context of an IEP team meeting. So I wish I could give a broad stroke answer, but that really is what's appropriate for an individualized education plan and a student receiving that. Some services cannot be provided remotely effectively. Those are things like occupational therapy or physical therapy or certain kinds of speech therapy. A lot of speech therapy can be done virtually, as we learned over the last 6 months. And for students who need those services, or for students who might, we would arrange for in-person supports using our contractors. And for students who have functional or adaptive instruction that may just be operating at a very different level, cognitively than their age may imply, or students who have trouble accessing any kind of virtual instruction because of their disability, we are looking to be able to provide instructional aids to assist with accessing that instruction and the daily support, along with a teacher who would be feeding in into the home. Again, this would obviously require parental consent and comfort level, but those are things we can provide. And if you're a family member and watching, you might be wondering, well, how do I know if my child qualifies for that? As I shared, these are determined by the IEP, which is determined by the IEP team, of which the family member, the parent, is a part and is part of that decision making. And really, it's about looking at the data and looking at the student's needs and having a discussion. And this is our IEP teams are then empowered to make those decisions. So IEP teams will identify students for whom unaided virtual instruction is not possible, and then outline a set of services accordingly. And if you're feeling like I can't wait 3 weeks until my IEP team, my student's IEP meeting, and you want to know more information now, which I can imagine families would, you can certainly reach out to our exceptional education department, and we've included contact information here. And Ms. Simmons can give you some general guidance, but also direct you to the appropriate staff member who can ultimately, no central office staff member can guarantee or deny services without the context of the IEP team, but we can certainly give some broad guidance about what's likely given your child's unique needs. For our English language learners, similarly, we have about 3,300 students who are English learners as of our last, as of March 13th. And so every year we have new students coming and being identified for services. And so this number is likely to increase just as we've seen over time. And some students have been here for some time. Some students are new to the United States and have been in school, and some students are new to the United States and have also had an interruption in formal instruction. And so there's, again, a broad range of needs around English learners. So we want to make sure we've provided differentiated support. That includes support for, again, within the instructional day with general education peers. It's really important for our English learners to have regular connection with their native English speaking peers. In addition to that time and support, the English language learners also receive an English language development block, which would typically happen in the personalized learning time that you saw in the schedules above. And then we also have English language ESL teachers who co-teach with our ELA classes, particularly at some of our schools with the highest populations of English language learners. And so, with our schools with the low numbers of English language learners, we have folks who co-teach because they may not be able to provide that one-on-one. Additionally, for newcomer families, we want to make sure we provide additional support for families to not only access these services in the virtual day, but our Welcome Center and our ESL, our language support team will be doing work throughout the month of August to ensure newcomer families understand how to navigate all of this change, and also while transitioning to a new schooling format in the United States. Families who are new to RPS and are not sure if they qualify for such services should reach out to our Welcome Center, which is at the Southside Community Center on Whole Street. We have PPE, we have physical distancing guidelines, and we welcome families to join us with PPE as well to learn what supports are available for your child. We heard tonight in public comment some questions about our youngest students, and this is something I certainly think a lot about. I have a 4-year-old at home, so it's top of mind constantly. And so we have really, in talking with our teachers, and again, they've been fantastic advisors in all of this. Virtual learning is certainly, I think, we in its nature can be suboptimal. However, I think, and we've tried to accommodate ways to mitigate that. But I also think our kids are pretty, fantastic and able to kind of learn just about anything we put in front of them We just have to teach them and give them some grace and support as they're doing it. So I certainly, I think we're trying to prepare our teachers and our administrators for that. We expect some potential road bumps, but those should be treated as learning opportunities. And I think our kiddos will be pretty quick on the uptake once we figure this out. Again, we'll certainly receive feedback, but we've tried to, as I shared earlier in the schedule, time for creative play, time for movement breaks, outdoor play, and rest, particularly in the early months of kindergarten, and really short bursts of synchronous whole group instruction followed by small group. I'll say this, our kindergarten teachers and our first grade teachers, and our pre-K teachers, they know our little ones and they know how to mix things up. Again, it'll be a little trickier doing that virtually, but I do believe that in partnership with our families and getting feedback over the course of the first weeks and months of school, I think we can figure out what's working and what's not working and share that knowledge across the division. I'm gonna try to speed up a little bit because there's a lot of information, and happy to talk. I have even more details behind all of these pages. Assessments and grading, just very high level. Want to start with how we're thinking about the beginning of the year. So this is not by any means the full assessment plan for the year. We just want to sequence this in digestible chunks. We do believe, especially that our students ended school in March. Our teachers and our division, we need data on what our students need support with so that we can provide that support. So the assessments that we do at the beginning of the year, there certainly are some state mandates, but this is data that is also vitally useful for educators so that we can tailor instruction and support appropriately. So we will be administering assessments virtually, which certainly can have some limitations, but many of our assessment developers and providers have been thinking about this for some time. As you know, in some parts of the country, school is already in session. And so we have the benefit of learning from folks who are about a month ahead of this on us. So a lot of providers are issuing guidance and details on how to make the assessments feasible and also as accurate as possible, even in a virtual environment. A few things that we know we need to do at the beginning of the year is for kindergarten, we need to do the VKRP, which assesses kindergarten readiness. We also need, and that is a state requirement. We also look at, for K3, we need to do PALS. That's a literacy screening. One note is all third graders at the beginning of the year will need to do that, which is different from the past. And we are working to develop plans for how we'll do that virtually. We're working with the state to receive guidance. And that is a requirement, and it's an important, not only is a requirement, it's an important data point for our teachers. And then in grades 2 through 9, we provide as a division the NWEA MAP assessment. And this gives us a sense of how students are faring just generally within their grade level around math and ELA, and allows teachers to pinpoint areas of strength and areas of weakness. Again, NWA has been working with school divisions who have been in session, and they've issued many, many pieces of guidance and materials for us as a division so that we can administer this virtually and with confidence. And then for high school, for grades 10 through 12, this is where teachers would provide any kind of teacher created assessments. There are no district required assessments at the beginning of the year. And for our English language learners, we would need to administer the WIDA screener, which has to be done right now, particularly for our new English learners, new to RPS. We have to do that at the Welcome Center. And again, we're working on some alternatives, but in the meantime, as families register and are new to RPS that may qualify for English language services, we ask them to please go to the Welcome Center. In terms of SOLs, right now they're on. We haven't heard otherwise. We'll certainly keep you posted of changes. The DOE is certainly working constantly to provide resources and guidance to districts on all of these assessment questions. We are going to, continue teaching our standards and our curricula, and our students, it's our hope that they'll be prepared either way. In terms of grading and assignments, more details to come, but unlike the spring, all assignments are graded. They're required, and students will receive report cards and transcripts as usual. For professional development, we're in the process of finalizing these plans. We will have, teachers will be trained in virtual instruction. And so we have new teacher orientation kicks off at the end of August on the 24th. And then we have 6 dedicated pre-service days for teachers and 2 dedicated teacher planning days. These were originally classroom setup, individualized prep, etc. So this is still, we wanted to still hold firm on those times for teachers. And during pre-service, teachers, we will have a variety of options, some required sessions, but mostly choice. So examples of required sessions are things like, what does our RPS at home look like? RPS strong at home, or reopening with love instructional plan. So making sure everybody is on the same page around just what is the guidance and plans for instruction in this way. For teachers, for our curriculum for K-8, ELA, and math, for teachers who weren't able to attend those trainings this summer, it's happening also this week, that we want to have those sessions for folks who need to do those. And then there may be other role-specific sessions based on if you're an interventionist. We'll have certainly some curriculum PD for science and history folks, but we want to really limit the required sessions so that there's a range of choice so that teachers can pinpoint the virtual instructional training that they want, whether that's from planning and delivering lessons to utilizing the technology or a combination thereof. Additionally, instructional assistants and our subs, we're planning to have our substitutes be included in this training because we know that this is very different than substituting in a traditional environment. And our school leaders have been receiving and will continue to receive training based on how do we do this in a virtual setting. And so some topics that they will have during our traditional school leader academy is leading through crisis and change, how to lead with implementing our new curriculum, coaching and supporting in a virtual environment, building school culture in a virtual environment, and so on. Keeps going. And then how do we do all of this work? Well, resources. We need to provide our staff with the resources to do this work. And that is something we've been committed to since the closure, starting with our Chromebook and hotspot distributions and our RPS at home platform. So first, our students will receive a Reopen with Love kit, which will include instructional materials to support their learning, textbooks, workbooks, novels, and some basic instructional supplies. So more information on that coming soon. We also will provide teachers with kits, and we'll have a Reopening with Love teacher instructional kit. And those will have things like, again, various office related supplies that are instructional in nature. Our teachers help create this list. A document, every teacher will have a doc cam, dry erase board, noise reduction headset with microphones. Those are things also that some of those things our students will have, like headphones and dry erase boards. Part of that is how we make, learning engaging by flashing, whiteboard work up and things like that. So again, small tools, but tricks of the trade that our teachers and students will really benefit from. We are also adding, again, based on input and feedback from our teachers, a range of online software and instructional tools. Some of these are course-based. You'll see some software in there for our CTE classes. Other things are to help make online learning more feasible, such as Nearpod, something called Cami, which helps you annotate texts or ebooks or PDFs, something called Lucid Chart, which helps you create graphic organizers and things like that very easily virtually. So our teachers aren't playing around on Microsoft Word or looking for clip art. They're able to just really dig in. So there's a long list here. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Lee.
Well, one moment. We have questions first on this section from first Ms. Burke and then Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the superintendent and our administration. Job well done. When I was preparing for this meeting and read through all this information, a lot of questions that we've heard tonight from our constituency, they are addressed in this document. So thank you so very much. This was a lot of research. I commend the team and the committee that served to try to make this new endeavor just right, whatever right may be. But it is a move in the right direction. And Dr. Epp, thank you for displaying the backdrop as we discussed earlier, being mindful of our spaces with our students and our faculty and staff. Thank you for modeling that this evening. I hope that continues. All right, my question is, I have about 4 questions and I'm gonna give you all 4 of them. Is that okay? Number 1, email addresses. Each student has his or her own email address, as well as I know teachers do, for Richmond Public Schools. That's my question. And my next question is, teacher planning time. Thank you for sharing that. That's most important on Wednesday afternoons. I think that's great. I also want to know that during the encore time, will the homeroom classroom teacher for elementary level be on the call be on the page as well, or will that be time away? Because oftentimes with music, art, and PE, I don't know about Spanish. When I was working Spanish, you had to have the teacher in class. So I don't know what the deal with that is now, the plan with that is. So I'm asking about that as well. And my next question is regarding, and this was brought to my attention by a teacher, will teachers have an opportunity to plan together as these lessons are put in place, facilitated? And reason being, one teacher stated that learning virtually was a challenge for her and that she really had to have a lot of downtime to process. So we need to be mindful of that with our students as well. So I want to know, is there any guidance along the line of for instance, we have 3 third grade classrooms in one school, and one third grade teacher may be doing something else and the other one's doing something else. Is there a calendar of what to teach, or do they plan together in that school? What is the support for the teachers in terms of planning day-to-day lessons or week-to-week lessons, however that's done? And that goes back to a question I asked earlier regarding new teachers having mentors or buddies, which I guess that will come under the talent piece. But as a new teacher and as a seasoned teacher, because this is new, so there needs to be some support, and I'd like to have that information shared. And my next to my last question is the scale in terms of, I know in some schools this past year, some teachers in some schools, such a percentage was given for homework. And then some schools, you just got a check or a minus. So is there a listing per se of how many points or whatever the grades will be for classroom participation or assessments or homework, or just, I know we have the virtual assessment piece, which I'm looking forward to seeing that done. That's going to really be interesting, but I think we can do it. I know you can. And then next to my last question is regarding third grade students moving on to 4th grade. They took when they were third graders this past school year, they did participate in the PALS assessment. However, we don't have any in data regarding the PALS assessment. So will 4th grade students, in addition to their ELA assessments, will they also have an opportunity just for diagnostic purposes to, that assessment is so important in making sure our children understand the phonological means of teaching. So is there any consideration of 4th graders for the purpose of diagnostic purposes, because as you plan your small groups, the ELA assessments will not address what the PALS assessments will address, correct? So is there any discussion regarding having a PALS assessment for fourth graders? Did you get all my questions?
I did. Those are fantastic questions.
Thank you, Dr. F.
Okay, so quick one, email for students. Yes, every student will have an email address, and that is how they access everything within their Chromebook, their Google Classroom, their clever single sign-on. So that is the keys of the kingdom, if you will.
Okay.
For our littles, one of the things our teams did in the spring when issuing Chromebooks is every student had a label on their computer with their login and their password, just so they remember that, so they don't have to constantly ask, what's my password? I know I do that constantly at home. What's the password to Costco? So we have that written down for them. In terms of planning time, yes, teachers will have planning time. And one thing I didn't say about the schedule that I should have, those are sample student schedules. They are not teacher schedules. And so while you'll see the middle school school day looks a little longer than the elementary school day, but teachers have the same amount of time that they're working. It's just the way that the planning time would work would be different based on elementary or middle or high school. So every teacher should have planning each day. And then in terms of the encore piece, that's a really good question. And I want to say, I want to get back to you on that, just because I know some schools have been thinking about, will there be a need initially to have a second adult on the computer just to help assist? Sometimes the encore classes might be a little larger. But at a minimum, wherever possible, yes, I would want teachers to have that planning time, but some of that will depend on the unique schedule of the school and class sizes for encore, and how many rotations there are. But definitely daily planning time. In addition to the Wednesday time that will be for professional development, as well as some collaborative planning across within grade levels. Even because we're all virtual, we even have the potential to do cross school planning. So if you're a smaller school and you only have 2 6th grade math teachers, you have an opportunity to get on and plan with 6th grade math teachers across the division. So there's some of that. And then in terms of guidance for our instruction and the sort of instructional plan, we will still have a curriculum framework and pacing guide. Again, pacing is meant to give a roadmap. It is not meant to constrain.
Right.
It is meant to not have people starting from scratch. And that is aligned to our K-8 formal curricula. And so that will still be there, but there will be time built in for some more flex days, given that we'll need a lot of time in the beginning of the year just to get kiddos up to speed. In terms of additional teacher support, particularly around the technology, we will have, we still have our ITRTs. And so we're working on the specific ways to maximize their talents. But so teachers, each school has an ITRT dedicated, they share a couple, but they have a dedicated point person to go to when they're really, if they need something immediately. And then one other thing I'll share instructionally for supports, we will be developing some resources for teachers similar to what we created for RPS at home, meaning we have our master or lead teachers working with our curriculum partners to have, lead videos and play suggested assignments that are asynchronous. And so we will provide those, as well as some, they're called Nearpods. They're basically little lessons within a Nearpod. Still rapid, it's kind of hard to explain without seeing it, but we will create some of those utilizing the collective power of our district, the same way we did with RPS at home, so that teachers can then decide, do they want to pull that into their lesson, or do they want to create it from their own planning? So that resource is there for them, but not meant to limit their own approach to the curriculum.
So this
Grading
summer,
scale.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So this summer, going back to the student IDs, when they were in the camp, summer camp, as well as spring instruction, they utilized their IDs, their email addresses in order to get on, or this will be totally new?
No, that's what we've used in the summer as well.
So we have a lot of students who've never tuned in then. This will be their first.
This will be new for some students. Our schools many teachers have begun using Google Classroom last year, but not universally. And so I think there's a fair number of kiddos for whom this is new, a fair number of teachers for whom this is new, and there's a lot of teachers for whom this isn't. One thing we've been doing for our teachers is just making available, if you go to our rpstech.org page for teachers, we've been making available sessions that are free throughout the summer around virtual learning. And we've had a lot of teachers participate in that. But for our students, that's all the more reason we need flexibility.
Yeah, and I'm gonna let you go. That's what my biggest concern is. Number one, those students who have not tuned in at all during the summer, and those teachers who just haven't had the opportunity to fully get a grasp. And I just want us to be in a place when we start off that either there's a practice moment, because this is technology, something's gonna happen. That's a given. So I don't want to hear that the school over here, they're 5 lessons ahead of the school over there, because the school over here, students didn't tune in as they should have. It's a lot of things that could break down. I just want to see a smooth transition, and whatever we can do to help our seasoned teachers as well as new teachers and give them that support. And I think you all have done a great job with that. But at the end of the day, when you're sitting down at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, trying to write your lesson plans and get everything straight for the next day, what do you do? Where do you go? So that's my point. And also for the students, I just don't want there to be a level of frustration there moving forward. So that's just, whatever we can do to support that, I'm open to that if so needed. But that's my biggest concern, is just making sure everybody has that support, because it's going to be easier for some persons. I'm glad I'm not teaching right now, sincerely, because I would have to have somebody to help me from the beginning to the end, sincerely, and things change so fast. So just want our teachers to have that support.
Absolutely. Two of your other, we can move on.
I'm sorry. I have other people waiting.
I know, but thank you so much, Mrs. Dr. Epp. I know I had a last question. I will
go ahead. You can go ahead. But
real quick on the grading scale, we are working on grading recommendations, more to come. We have a lot of work to do across the division to make those consistent practices. So more to come there. And then on PALS, up until recently, PALS was only required for 3rd graders who were reading below level, not all 3rd graders. So for 4th graders, MAP will be very useful as an initial screener. And then students who are at a certain level, they would then receive a much more detailed reading, like running record diagnostic, to get them placed in the right intervention.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Epp. All right. Mr. Barlow, then Ms. Dorr, I think, and then Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Epp, thanks a lot for all this detail, and to the administration for all the work to put this plan together. And of course, the reopening committee. I know that there's been a whole ton of thought put into this plan. And we've been getting some quality feedback, of course, from the public and from teachers and other folks as well. But I know that this is a really significant change, and a lot of, you're sort of writing the book in a lot of respects for the school district. So I just wanted to let you know how much I appreciate that effort. With that in mind, I'm hoping to hear that the state is being similarly nimble with respect to opening virtually. So I am curious to know if you've heard any pushback or any concerns related to our plans from state leaders. So that's one point, and that goes, with respect to assessments or seat hour requirements or any other types of issues that may have popped up. And I'm sure you've been working in tandem with them as well through this process. Another concern I have, and I know you spoke to it, and I do have a lot of faith in our students and our families, but I do have some concerns with respect to especially younger students moving in and out of different platforms or synchronous to asynchronous work, and whether that may cause some issues for our kids or significant disruption to our ability to instruct. So I am curious to know whether any thought was given to models that may not spread everything out over the day in the way we've seen with some of these sample schedules, but may include more synchronous work up front and a longer break or something along those lines for the asynchronous instruction. And then along those lines, I do think that especially early on, there will be requirements for significant family support for students who are getting involved or really delving into our platforms. So I'm curious to know whether our Reopen with Love kits for families will include any kind of training, or whether we'll be sending training materials or tutorial videos or anything along those lines for parents and families to reference, at least with how to get around the platforms that we're using, and also to sort of lay out expectations for families. And then the last question I have is more tangible in nature, and it's related to these Reopen with Love kits. I saw that with respect to the student information or student details, those are still forthcoming, but I'm curious to know whether headphones in particular have been contemplated, and then also when we might see those details. I know tax-free weekend is coming up. I'm sure a lot of families are eager and interested in getting supplies and sort of rethinking what school supplies look like in this kind of environment. And I know that many of our community partners are interested in putting together supplies and things of that nature for our students and for our teachers. So any detail that we may have related to the student kits would be really helpful as well.
All right.
So thank you, Mr. Barlow. On the state question, we have a call with state leaders each week. We receive superintendent memos. We read those. The state is certainly also trying to navigate different local, realities. So we are receiving regular updates from the state. I do think, given the size of their constituency, in coordination, there's some things that we're still waiting to have finalized. For example, administering the PALS assessment. The state has said we're waiting for some guidance on how to do that in a way that honors the PALS assessment, but it still can be done virtually. But we know they're working on it. They've given us some guidance on flexibility around meeting attendance requirements and things like that. So I feel like, we're keeping all of that in mind. And I feel like, so we have regular updates. But I think so much ultimately is contextualized locally, that it's so much is specific to our locality. And so I think a lot of this has to do with what we can figure out. And certainly if there's areas where we need support there, we'll certainly let you know. In terms of flexibility on the schedule, in terms of AM, PM, we certainly did think long and hard about that and built out some scenarios around that. Ultimately, we landed on the schedule we did because of, first, as my colleague Michelle Hudaska likes to remind us, is we have a limited number of days before the first day of school. And so in terms of complexity, and just all the different factors that can play into more complex schedules. We wanted to just first make sure that we want to be able to deliver and deliver well. We've also heard from families and from many teachers that while there's benefits to a flex schedule, there's also big benefits to structure and routine. And we are looking at some additional programming for one-off, so if we have some high school students that, as part of our alternative education programming, that we may look to roll out once the school year is underway. But right now, we did think about it, but ultimately landed with something that was more predictable, because we feel like students and families will be able to plan for that a bit easier. None of this is easy. But we thought that might be a little less complicated. In terms of family supports, there's a whole host of these, and you'll see some of this later in the presentation. We certainly do plan to provide some orientations to families as well around using the computer, understanding Google Classrooms, how to contact your child's teacher or your school's administration, things of that nature. And on the kits, absolutely, headphones with a mic will be in the student kits. In terms of when the rest of the list, we're finalizing that now and starting to place those orders. So as soon as we just finalize the budget and finalize all of that, we've tried to put in as much as we can based on our budgets, and we're just working out some final details. So I anticipate we'll be able to start publishing that information on the website early next week.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Young, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. So you come in now, and then Ms. Dorr, Ms. Gibson, Ms. Page.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. And to Tracy's point, I recognize that we're going to discuss, among other subjects later in the evening, attendance and hubs. But I do have some inquiries relevant to, for example, pods, and I've had a lot of parents inquire if there's an opportunity for RPS to support some kind of pods and facilitating pod opportunities in communities. And though that perhaps is more relevant to the discussion later in the evening, the reason I wanted to introduce it now partly pertains to what Cheryl just, I think, kind of inquired about or referenced a moment ago. And specifically, I recall in March, I think our zenith was around 15,000 students logging in, but my first inquiry for now relates to if we know how many students, and Tracy spoke to this, but how many students this will be their first time. So in other words, when we resume school, what that count is. In other words, how many of our unique visitors this will constitute their first time on. I think that would be instructive, and not only in aggregate, but then to have some idea what that looks like across the different schools, and obviously our principals and teachers will need that information more than we will. So that's my first inquiry. The second, I'll reserve my the question about pods, and if there's an opportunity to do something kind of like what we're discussing relevant to hubs later. But my real question or concern now regards what, and I'm unsure how to ask this question, to be honest, but what kind of the schedule that we've put together, particularly for our pre-K and for K2, what is our expectation relevant to our someone being side by side with our student for the duration of that schedule? Do we have some kind of answer for parents now? Like what is our expectation for our parents, particularly for those young students?
Okay, so just let me think about I want to answer your question completely but quickly. So first, in terms of families, in order to provide equity for our kiddos, we have families in many different circumstances. And so we are in conversations with the city and with our partners, our extended day, our out of school time providers and others. I just had a conversation with the education committee of the NAACP yesterday, Chair. So there are lots of organizations that we are talking to and work to be led by and staffed by other organizations and as partners with us that could create some physically distanced, safe, facilitated learning centers where there's 8 kids spread out with cubbies, et cetera, but they've got their Chromebooks and they're doing the same instruction they would be, but they have an adult in the room, so to speak, because they have a parent who is working, or whether in or out of the home. There's multiple siblings of school age and they need more space, what have you, right? So that really speaks. So we're working, and you'll see we can talk a little bit later tonight if we have more time. We'll have many more details later this week. I think at the end of this week, we'll be fleshing out some of those specifics. Again, this is really also part of what our partners need to help us do, and the city. So this is not only our efforts. That takes a bit more conversation. The second, in terms of your question about the expectation, this is the golden question. I call it what do we expect of the adult in the room? And what is an adult in the room needed for? And, part of that instructionally, so I would say our instructional expectation is by design, none, right? Other than ensure your child is logged on at 9 or 9:15, help, when they need a break or when this bathroom break or lunch, or things like that of that nature. Now, is that realistic for a 4 or 5-year-old, or a 6-year-old or 7-year-old, or maybe an 11-year-old, depending on your 11-year-old? So I think the next thing is really dependent on, I think, each family member's reality and their child and what their child's learning style is. We do plan to share some some guidance, but it's my expectation to our instructional team that we are not creating an instructional burden or responsibility on families, even though we know families provide a wide range of instructional supports and supervision within a traditional school setting. Instructional supports in a traditional school setting. Our hope is that we do not create a structure such that it places an unrealistic reality for many of our families.
Thank you. Thanks, Tracy.
All right. Ms. Dorr, then Ms. Gibson, Ms. Page, Ms. Cosby.
Thank you. I will echo my colleagues' comments in regards to the amount of effort that you all are putting in and need to put in such a short amount of time. So thank you very, very much for all of your hard work. I echo Ms. Burke's point about planning periods. I've heard from a number of teachers needing and craving additional planning periods to deal with learning virtual and also new curriculum. So I just want us to be mindful of that as we continue to evolve in these conversations. And I also echo some of my colleagues' comments. I am hearing some common concerns about specifically pre-K through 3rd grade and their ability to have such a structured schedule. And I know you've talked to it in various ways tonight, but I do think that it's I would just challenge us to really think through that. I think it's going to be a common concern from both teachers and from parents, and how do we continue to monitor that? So if is that really what a best practice from what other districts are doing, and what can we learn from best practices? And then my comment, and so I would love to just continue to hear how we're thinking about that. And then just a quick question on space and honors. I've gotten a number of questions from parents about whether their space will still be offered and whether honors classes will still be offered. So if you could speak to that, that would be great.
Thank you, Ms. Dorr. As I shared, we certainly support and have made it clear that teachers need planning for all the reasons you mentioned. In terms of the flexibility and the little ones, I mean, look, I wish I could tell you there's a magic 8-ball that tells us how this is going to all play out. And the truth is there are not yet best practices. Maybe, again, there's so many different contexts on this. I mean, we can learn. I mean, we do know that young children can be engaged in school in person for many, many hours. And so we've tried to create a virtual environment that honors the reality of most of our students, and that we know we need more, not less time in general in normal times. And so it feels really important to at least start on the high end and try to see how this goes. And really listen and watch and see what our children are telling us and how they're responding to this moment. And being careful, trying to be thoughtful on the front end, while I'm sort of always cautious about, I also don't want to underestimate what our kiddos can rise to as well. And so again, I think part of this is we're just not going to know until we jump in. And I don't know what Mr. Cameron has to say about this, but like if we're not, a month in and we're getting feedback that like this is just really bumpy and hard and it's not really working well, I think we have a conversation. But I think we don't know. And so we're trying to use the best instructional minds we have in our division. And of course, we certainly are in touch with, or we talk regularly with colleagues from the Council of Great City Schools and those partner districts. I'm on the phone every week with a different CAO. So I don't want to give a false promise that we've got a perfect answer to the early childhood solution or question. But again, perhaps I'm optimistic about what our teachers are going to come up with, given the tools we're going to provide them. But I think we have to, really try and learn and see what happens. And of course, we want to, we want families to do what they need to do for their children, and we want to support them in that. I feel like there was one more question that I might have missed. I'm sorry.
Space and honors.
Oh yes, thank you. So for space, we would need to build that into the encore rotation. I can come back to you with a bit more information on that, about how that might be offered outside of that. That's the immediate scenario, but let me come back with a bit more information. And on, in terms of honors courses, those will be offered the same way they're outlined in our program of studies. So a middle school student or a high school student, the way they're currently offered in our program of studies, students that's the course they would be enrolled in. So the course selection process that started earlier this spring for students to select their courses is still very much relevant. That's how they will get their schedule. They will just receive those courses virtually.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe now it's Ms. Gibson, then Ms. Page, then Ms. Cosby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first request is of the board. I would love to see the board support some state action that's being discussed in terms of expanding FMLA. I am incredibly sympathetic to the needs of working parents, being one myself, and but I do really believe that the safest and best scenario is that our parents are able to stay home with our students, both to support them academically, but also just from a safety standpoint. While pods could fill a gap, but the best way we can approach, I think, given the health circumstances, is to encourage our parents to be able to stay home and provide the resources for them to be able to do that. I also wanted to note, regarding the title of the plan, which I love, pardon the pun, but I want to make sure that our families and community members know that this is not an emotional decision. These are decisions that are going to be made based on needs of our students and our staff, based on resources, based on regulation. And I want to make sure that our both staff and family members feel comfortable to be able to ask questions and push back and not feel like they're hurting our feelings, because we've named the title something so close to heart. I share the concerns with many of the parents and staff members about the developmentally appropriateness of the schedule as it's been outlined thus far. It's my understanding, reading the VDOE recommendations, I believe that were provided in the spring, Virginia Learns Anywhere, I think it's called. If I understood the document right, for instance, at the K2 level, the recommendation was a maximum of 60 minutes per day. And then reviewing the Great Minds curriculum for language arts, specifically the EL curriculum, if I understood that right, the recommendation was 65 minutes per day for K2. And in looking at the sample schedule, the recommendation or the outlined schedule included 90 minutes per day for just one subject. So again, the VDOE recommends 60 minutes per day total. Great Minds recommends 65 minutes per day for one subject. And we have in our plan for K2, 90 minutes for just one subject. And though that misalignment or seemingly difference in terms of approach is not just limited to the K2. There are concerns I have as a parent, again, looking both at the middle and high school schedules as well. And so, I think this is particularly important that we consider because this too is an equity issue. I've reviewed the provided schedules provided by some of the surrounding districts. Looking at Goochland, for instance, they have the bulk of their learning happening in the morning and more flexibility in the afternoon. So, but then Norfolk, for instance, has an approach that's more similar to ours. And so it seems like the trend is that in, areas with a higher percentage of white students with more affluence, we're seeing those schedules align more closely with the state recommendations versus the school districts that have a higher level of need. We are requiring our students to be, in front of a computer for much longer, which, not aligning with what those state recommendations are. So I'd like to get clarity on the kind of the rationale for that. And my hope is that we don't wait until school has started to address these issues, that we put forth a plan right now that we believe best aligns with the needs of our students and staff. And, flexibility is very key. I'm a person who appreciates the need for structure. This is something that is important in my home, but we can create structure and create the system with a certain amount of flexibility to allow each person to be able to create that structured system that they need in their home. And I want to make sure that we give consideration to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. And so now Ms. Page and then Ms. Cosby.
Thank you. First, I would like to just echo what my colleagues have stated. Superintendent Cameras, your administration, man, I'm in awe. But not to belabor, all the sentiments that have been shared, but I have a few questions. And some of the questions have already been answered. So thank you, Dr. Elk. So that means we're not gonna be here all night. But seriously, so the kits for the students, are we tracking the number of kits, you know, teacher reporting or, you know, school enrollment? So how is that being tracked? Because the reason why I'm asking that question, because I want to ensure that we have more than enough for our students.
Yeah.
So you want me to ask all my questions and then you can respond? Okay. And then my next question, so I heard you say about like the electives such as space, what have you, but like dual enrollment, that's all a part of your scheduling and in collaboration with J. Sergeant Reynolds. And so I just want to be clear on that, making sure that, you know, there's a direct connection with our students, you know, still being able to fulfill that requirement. And then my next question, I'm really curious about RTC. How is that going to look? Like we talk about courses like in auto mechanic, you know, things such as that nature. How is that really going to look in a virtual setting? And then my next question is regarding IEPs. So did we do a comprehensive annual review of all of the 3,800 students to, I guess, identify like anticipated issues that we foresee up front in a virtual setting to make sure that each child receive all the services that are mandated? And then next question, so with the emails for the students, and I heard you talk about orientation for like our parents in this virtual world. Normally we have like freshman orientation for high schoolers. Are we thinking about like orientation for elementary, middle, and high to make sure that our students are familiar or feel comfortable with signing on in this virtual world, and you know, with the emails, to make sure, because I heard you say that a lot of, and Ms. Burke said it as well, that a lot of students did not connect. So we want to make sure that they all feel comfortable in signing on in the virtual world. And then my last point, I'm glad that, you know, we are rethinking or just being flexible with our little ones, pre-K to second grade, because I've heard a lot of concerns from parents as well as teachers having that flexibility for the little ones, because we know the attention span, you know, at that age, really on up, adolescence. So that's something we need to, you know, to think about with the little ones, middle school and high school as well. And that's my last question. Point.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Page.
thank you, Ms. Page. Dr. Epp?
Thank you, Ms. Owen. The number of kits, we are basing that on our enrollment projections that we've been using throughout the spring and summer to validate staffing, rezoning, all of those. That's a constant work in progress. So we will definitely plan to order over that number. We too do not want to be short. Of course, I think I do want to, there's always a potential for a supply chain issue. If you've ordered anything recently, that's a potential issue. So we're working with our partners, our vendors, to make sure that we are able to get those things as quickly as possible and compile kits. In terms of space, as again, I want to circle back with some more specifics beyond the encore time. In terms of the early college academy and dual enrollment courses available at J. Sargent Reynolds through our program of studies, those will still be available and in sync. That work has continued in earnest. For RTC, it definitely was one of my biggest questions was, are there courses we're going to have to take out of the course catalog or not offer? And that creates a whole trickle down effect in terms of impact on students. So first, just as a headline, every decision we're trying to make is about how do we keep opportunities open and students don't lose a year, whether that be for seniors who are planning on post-secondary work, making sure there's a way for them to take the SAT. For RTC students, making sure there's a way for them to get their qualified to take their industry certification. So we're doing two things. One, making sure we've identified appropriate instructional software that will enable teachers to do a lot of digital simulations. And students can do digital, but also courses that are particularly heavy with practicum hours that you have to have in order to get your certification. Those would be offered in the second semester. So this is the benefit of moving COVID to the 4x4 block. So you could have introductory courses or level 2 courses during the fall semester. Right. And then in the spring semester, you can take your level 3, your cosmetology 3, your barbering 3, your welding 3, which will get you hopefully by then we will either be slightly back to normal, or we will have had time to develop some safe protocols to make sure students get those and do not lose the opportunity to take their credential.
So your seat time.
Well, it's seat time, but it's really field-based time. If you're doing a CNA, typically you have to have some hours in a hospital or in a doctor's office, or if you're doing firefighting, you need to have some practicum hours with firefight, that sort of thing, outside of the school day or the school setting traditionally. But we would want to make sure that's safe for our kiddos. So we would do that second semester. And then for IEP, for the IEPs, remember in the spring we had to request for families had the opportunity to allow the scheduled annual review to be delayed until we began school again. Some families did have IEP meetings, but many opted for the delay. So we will need to do that for all students who did not have their annual in the spring. Also, we have to do an addendum because the instruction is delivered virtually. So even though the services may be the same, the way the services are provided are different, and that has to be captured. So the board had approved extending our instructional compliance coordinator's contract to 11 months. That was a good, we didn't know how important that decision would be in this moment. So they came back to work this week so they can get a head start on getting that going, so that they can get a head start on getting all of that set up for families to make these more feasible at each school. And our exceptional education team has already been meeting with them over they actually kicked off today with them on what this needs to look like over the next month.
So you don't have to provide this information tonight, but at the next meeting, how many students we have not been able to service, or to the annual review, or to make sure that the services that they need in a virtual setting, how many students that we have not been in contact with?
Yeah. And just to be clear, everyone will need the addendum for virtual, which is slightly different than the annual standard review.
Right, but I mean,
I can get you the latter number.
Okay, how many students we have not, that, you know, have not fulfilled that requirement?
Yes.
I mean, I understand the addendum piece, but I heard you say that some families we have not, or they, you know, chose not to meet early, you know, before we close.
Oh, so yes, just to be clear, yes, I can get you those numbers. Annual reviews take place at different times, but many of them take place in April and May. And so the state gave us guidance around that. And so I just want we were intentional in communicating to families. It's that their choice, but we thought that delaying would be preferable. Families had the choice. So we did not aim to do all of those in the spring during our closure. We wanted to wait till we could have families back together. I will still have to do them virtually anyway, but I can get you that number.
Okay, yeah, how many families we have not reached?
Sure.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Page. Ms. Cosby, and then Dr. Sapini.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the administration for the presentation. I was going to wait until the next session or further along in the presentation that dealt with engagement, community engagement, but something was said, so in this conversation, and I said I'll just bring it up. So I'm so pleased to hear that we have met with the NAACP. It's my understanding that there was a meeting with some of our faith-based community members and talking to them about what's being done in the community and how the community can help. And that being said, and when I read the presentation, I didn't necessarily see too much about how we're partnering with those organizations. I saw Child Savers, et cetera, but I'm pleased to hear that we have reached out or we have had some communication. But that being said, and having a conversation with some of those same people, you know, I'm extremely grateful that they're willing to work with us and to have some hubs. But for their hubs, the time in terms of logging on, the student logging on and going through the day might not mesh with when their hubs might be up and running. And I'm calling it a hub for lack of a better term, but you know, so I know like New Life Deliverance, they're creating space in their building to accommodate maybe 12 to 24 students safely, right? And they're doing so because they know that some students, of course, won't have support or the support that's needed necessarily at home. And so, but if we're saying you have to log on 9:15 or whatever, I'm just saying I hope we can be mindful and more flexible that as we're working with our community partners and we're aware of the students that we're working with, if there is flexibility in terms of what that day will look like. Am I making sense? So, and you know, and I agree with Ms. Gibson, yes, we definitely have to come together and support an expansion of FMLA to support employers providing some flexibility to parents during this time. But also if we can look at flexibility with our day, especially for those students that we know will be supported by community groups.
Okay. Dr. Sapini?
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate very much all of my colleagues' questions. Just had one question, two parts, which is for anyone from the administration. How many, back in March or April when we started giving out the Chromebooks, how many Chromebooks were given out to seniors? Okay, that's one, if you could think about that. And the second part is how many Chromebooks given out were returned unless they were graduation gifts? Do you know?
Ms. Owen, may I?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sapini. So in total, we gave out 16,000 Chromebooks. I do not have the number for seniors at my fingertips. I certainly could look that up during the course of this meeting, and maybe by the time we get to section 5 on technology, I can have that. So I know I have that, I just have to look it up. And similarly with the return piece, we definitely had an effort with school principals related to when students came and got the remainder of their things to collect Chromebooks. So I can certainly get that information from you. I just don't have the specifics by grade level off the top of my head.
When the Chromebooks were issued, wasn't something signed so that you know who got what?
Yes, we know every student.
Okay.
We have an inventory. We have a system that has what was assigned to each student.
All right.
I just have to pull that information. I can't pull that right now. I don't have access to that on my desktop.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that the end of your questions, Dr. Sapini?
Oh, I guess so. I don't have an answer. All right. Thank you.
All right. Then Ms. Page and then Mr. Barlow.
Quick question. Dr. L. The last question I asked you, have we thought about orientation for elementary, middle, and high? In this virtual setting to make sure everyone, familiar, feels comfortable. Since it was stated that there were a lot of students that we did not connect with. So has that been a thought about?
Yes, yes, ma'am. We're currently in the process of mapping out several different options for this. Of course, we need to do distribution of learning kits and Chromebooks. There's probably some registration functions for new students. And so trying to think about how we mitigate any in-person risk while also making sure that when families come to get things, we're able to share lots of information with them. Okay. So we are looking at some plans, but are trying to evaluate that against physical safety and social distancing. But my dream would be to be able to do that, figure out how to do that and provide some on-site, similar to the way we did pre-K and kinder, pre-K Chromebook distribution. We did, when families came, we did kind of like a spread out mini how-to session with families and kids. We didn't just give them the Chromebook and say, okay, bye-bye. So what we're thinking through how we might be able to do that at scale. So that is something we're working on this week in terms of details. And we'll certainly have, in addition to we'll have some virtual offerings, but in terms of outreach, I think when Dr. Harris talks through some of that work, you'll see some efforts, as well as Mr. Harris, Hughes, when he talks about our Connect effort, you'll see a couple of different opportunities for us to sync up with families who may have not been engaged, and we can get those kiddos back in school.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page and Mr. Barlow, and then Mr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Tracy, thanks again for tackling all these questions. Just had one follow-up issue that to a point that Ms. Gibson brought up, and then Ms. Cosby also echoed, and I know that we've Ms. Dorr brought it up as well with respect to flexibility for these students generally. But I guess I know we're obviously in a tough situation here, but it does seem like putting in some limits on screen time per recommendations from the VDOE and Great Minds and other organizations is pretty important. And Ms. Gibson brought up specifically the recommendations for those two organizations, but I'm curious to know how we go about balancing that moving forward. I know you said that there may be opportunities for some level of adjustment as the school year progresses, but I still do share concerns about whether our students will be in front of these screens too much. So I'd love to hear any thoughts about how we may be able to still have engaging lessons with a little bit more limitation on screen time.
Ms. Owen, may I?
Yes.
So just a caution, I'm not sure the specific guidance, with all due respect to Ms. Gibson's comments, the DOE guidance referenced in the spring, I'm not sure of that guidance, and that may be referring to the spring guidance, not the fall guidance, but also remember the state is in a position of issuing minimums. They did not, if the state felt firmly about screen time, I have no doubt that the state would have invoked expert opinion on that. In terms of the Great Minds, I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Great Minds is our math curriculum developer. Our ELA partner, EL Education, has provided us some guidance on flexing the curriculum for ELA in a virtual environment. For K2, that's a minimum of 65 minutes. For 3-5, it's a minimum of 120 minutes. And for middle school, it's a minimum of 60 minutes. Now, you'll see a longer block for some of the middle and high, and but you won't see that in elementary. You'll see elementary again also has, so K2 also has foundational skills, which is phonics and fluency. So that's in addition to this. And that also includes lots of small group rotations, including independent work and independent time with books. And so the reason you see these large blocks is that's where individualized learning and push-in services are there. So I think it's important. I don't know any other way than when we actually start the work. There's no world in which we imagine this full day of screen time. That's when we think about blended learning, that's not what we're describing. We're describing 5 to 10, 15 minutes with a teacher like this. Okay, I did this today during a training on early literacy with several of my principals, where we were on screen with a trainer, and then we got off screen, and I read an excerpt from this book, which you can't see because of my weird background, about raising reading achievement. And I broke out in a breakout group with principals and talked with them, and then I came back. So I had a 3-hour training, and I was not on the screen the entire time, even though I was doing things during that time. I also I want to emphasize that as we've developed examples for what these blended times look like, and you'll see in the schedule, there's a lot of intersection. There's a lot of back and forth between asynchronous and synchronous. So I think it's maybe not yet clear, because we haven't experienced it, that this is not a full day of screen time.
I was just going to add, if you don't mind, Tracy, as you know, I taught my math class over the course of the spring. It was only 30 minutes, but I was largely working with, most of the kids were like fourth graders, some third graders. And I would say in that 30 minutes, I was probably doing sort of live instruction, maybe 10 of those minutes. The rest of the time, they were working independently on problems that I had assigned, in like 5 to 7 minute stretches, and then we would come back and have a discussion. So I also think when you look at a chunk of time, it's a little bit misleading. Your natural instinct is to think, oh gosh, you're just sitting there looking at a talking head for that whole block, but that's in reality not what's occurring. Like, that being said, we will certainly double check all the state guidance, continue to confer with our colleagues, and continue to take feedback. And look, we don't claim to have the quote unquote answer. And if ultimately this is the path we go down and we find in the first 2 to 3 weeks that adjustments need to be made, then absolutely we will make those adjustments. I do want to reiterate something that Tracy said, which I do think is important to just reemphasize, and that is it's going to be a lot easier to shrink than to expand. And I also, though I think comparisons are useful with other divisions, I also want folks to not forget that we are unique and we have unique needs. And even in the best of cases, we as a group have talked about extending the year, extending the day, because we know our kids, many need more. And so we are trying very hard to strike the balance between respecting the challenge of the virtual environment, but also not lowering the bar on what I think kids can do and what I think our teachers can do. And so I think we want to continue to stay in that space of having high expectations as we grapple with the nature of the virtual environment. Of course, we will be responsive to the experiences of our students and families and teachers. But I do think it's important that we continue to try to get as much quality instruction as we possibly can for our kids.
So to that end, with respect to, and I appreciate your feedback there, but with respect to making adjustments based on feedback from families and teachers and other stakeholders, do we have points in time or any thoughts about when it would be most appropriate to make adjustments, or do we, if we hear from a large group of families and a large group of teachers, then we start thinking about it? I'm just asking because I know that this is such a a significant departure from anything that we've done as a school district before, and I want to make sure that we are adapting and evolving appropriately throughout the term of the next semester. So I'm just curious to hear a little bit.
Sort of build in some touch points where we would say sort of a reflection point, at which point we would make some decisions. I also want to make sure that we listen to all voices, and not just sometimes the loudest voices. And I think that's important as we go through this work as well.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just saying we've still got 4 more sections to go through. We have one question from Mr. Young, and then I hope we can move on. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Scott asked precisely the same questions that were on my mind and I was prepared to ask, and so I won't take any more time. I just appreciate Superintendent's answer, and I do think it's important for the board and for the administration for us, to Scott's point, to assign some very specific dates to reflect on if we do need to iterate in this in a significant way. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Who's next? Mr. Cameron?
Oh, Okay, next is Ms. Lee. I'm going to ask my colleagues on the leadership team to expeditiously make their way through a few high-level points, and then we'll jump to questions given the hour. But I do want these incredible people who've worked really hard to have the opportunity to just share a few highlights of some of the things that they have been working on behalf of our kids and teachers. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Lee.
Thank
And
you.
I'll share my screen for you.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share a staffing update and the Talent Office's plan to support our students and staff during the virtual fall semester. I'm happy to share that the principals, principal directors, and the talent acquisition team continue to make very good progress towards being fully staffed this fall. We currently have 332 of 370 vacancies filled, and our fill rate is 90%. Last year at this time, we had 82 vacancies and our fill rate was 80%. And so while we celebrate our progress, we're doing everything possible to continue to hire the best teachers for the remaining 38 vacancies. With regard to supporting our staff for the virtual reopening, there are several frequently asked questions and answers listed for your review, and I'd like to highlight just a few. First, this week, the Talent Office is starting to virtually onboard all new employees. This means that we are communicating individually with new hires and sharing links to important documents and recorded presentations. And we continue to be available to consult one-on-one to address any questions or concerns. Also related to onboarding, new staff members are being contacted by the Talent Office with email login information. If there are any concerns regarding email access by new employees, please don't hesitate to contact me and I will check into it. My email is slee7@rvaschools.net. So for the new employees that are watching our board meeting, I really encourage you to contact me if you have any concerns about that or anything else related to talent, really. Second, I'd like to address work expectations during the virtual semester. All employees will be performing their normal duties full-time in a virtual setting. And all employees will continue to be evaluated throughout the year, including, of course, this fall. For employees whose positions don't easily translate into the virtual setting, we're in the process of conducting what's called a job task analysis, and we will be providing options and guidance soon. We want to provide maximum flexibility for our employees while also making sure that we meet the needs of our students this fall. We've also been receiving questions about the leave policy and whether or not there will be any changes. There will be no RPS leave policy changes. The process for accruing and earning, or rather accruing or earning, as I say, and requesting leave will be the same. And the benefits and compensation team is always available to discuss specific questions about RPS policy regarding leave or federal leave. So if there are any employees watching and you have specific concerns that you'd like to discuss, please contact the benefits and compensation team, or again, contact me. And finally, with regard to the question for the need for substitute teachers next year, yes, RPS will continue to need the support of substitute staff. We'll be training substitute teachers along with all other teachers before the first day of school to teach virtually. Substitute teachers are being considered while ordering supplies to teach, and a sequence of trainings specifically designed for substitute teachers will be in place to help them prepare to substitute teach virtually. At this time, I'm happy to address any questions or concerns.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes, thank you. You mentioned that there will be no changes to our existing leave policy. I did just want to confirm, I believe that a new change this fiscal year was parental leave, and I wanted to confirm that that is going to be a new change for this fiscal year.
Yes, thank you for that question. It will be a new change for this fiscal year.
Thank you.
I see no other questions. Thank you, Ms. Lee. I'm very excited about 90%. Okay. So then I'm trying to look at who's next. This silly thing. School's office plan. Is that Ms. Udesco?
It's Mr. Hughes.
Ah, Mr. Hughes.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Before starting, I'd like to praise the many school and division leaders and the reopening committee members who contributed to our school office plan for reopening. Their candid and timely feedback proved very valuable, and I want to personally thank them for all prioritizing our students' well-being. Let's begin with our school leaders. Essentially, our principals and assistant principals will maintain the same job responsibilities they would have during a regular school year, just do it in a virtual way. Their primary focus will remain on driving towards high quality teaching and learning in all classrooms by regularly conducting classroom observations, supporting and coaching teachers, cultivating and maintaining a safe and supportive learning community, and ensuring timely outreach to parents and community members. We know that the social emotional needs of our students during this time is critical. We are pleased to launch our new strategy, Connect RPS, to ensure that our students receive the connection and support they need given the challenges of COVID-19 and virtual learning. Through Connect RPS, we will ensure that all of our students and their guardians remain connected to school, especially our students who are in need of the most support during the virtual semester. This strategy is comprised of 3 core components. First, we will tier students for support based on academic and social emotional needs by looking at past data such as attendance, academic suspensions, as well as qualitative data. Second, we will determine the appropriate level of contact based on the tier. And third, we will connect students and families with needed supports such as counseling or city services to ensure their physical, mental, and emotional well-being during our virtual semester. Connect RPS will take significant effort and coordination across a variety of staff members, including internal and external mental health providers. If you look on page 32, the chart outlines some of the examples of service, including roles of different division level individuals, as well as our external mental health partners, such as our family liaisons and our community and schools partner. Along with implementing Connect RPS to keep students engaged and connected, we will also be proactively and explicitly teaching social and emotional skills. There is a large body of research which demonstrates that core social and emotional competencies, things like self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making provide a foundation for a safe and positive learning experience. When students have the opportunities to learn, practice, and cultivate these skills, they are more likely to succeed in school and life because they've developed the ability to manage their emotions, set and achieve goals, show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. This is just another way we will keep our students connected to their school community. To this end, the administration will launch Second Step. Second Step is an evidence-based social and emotional program. Most notably, research has shown that students who participate in Second Step demonstrate greater empathy, control over negative emotions, regard towards others, and social competence. Second Step will serve as the foundation of our community circles in both elementary and middle schools. And in our high schools, those students will participate in community circles aligned to these 5 core social and emotional competencies. Finally, I want to flag that we've launched our enrollment platform, Enroll RPS, to move all of our enrollment processes online. I'll pause there for questions.
I don't believe we have any questions. Anyone? Thank you, Mr. Hughes. All right. So then section 5.
4.
Engagement.
Dr. Harris.
Dr. Harris.
Good evening, everyone. Really excited to share with you how we're thinking about engagement. I think what's important to note that our goal hasn't changed. We want to continue to build strong and meaningful relationships with our families. How we do it is really going to change as we adapt to this virtual setting, but also take advantage of the innovation and opportunities we have to connect with community partners, our volunteers, and our families in a very authentic and meaningful way. So as you can see here, and today I'm excited that we have launched our Reopen with Love campaign. And you can go to our website, which you'll see here, where you can click on the website, and already we have our Reopen with Love tagline, and then it's broken down by category, and each category gives you a specific insight into the plan. Also in writing the plan, we wanted to make sure that it was family friendly and has questions and answers in that format. And we've already heard that this has been much more digestible way of the plan. Keep in mind, we're going to do a high level, almost 2-page summary in the form of a checklist. So we can even take this longer plan into something that people can take out in the community on community walks to make sure in each category, families have the resources they need. So additionally, this week, we'll continue using our platforms. And I just want to name, we are doing daily RPS directs, but we know that doesn't matter if we're not reaching as many people as possible. So in April, we were reaching about 15,000 people through our RPS directs. And as of yesterday, that number is up to 22,281. So really expanding on our efforts, we've increased over the past couple months, almost 7,000 people who are now getting these daily updates. We know we want to do more, but part of what we want to do is enhance our current platforms to make sure we reach more people, but also add in new things. So you'll see some of the new things beginning the week of August 10th. We want to continue modes of communication like Parent-Link, but make sure across all schools, we're working with both principals as well as a division to give weekly updates. The consistency is going to be key. Same thing for Family Support Line. That was something that wasn't happening before. We're reaching lots of families, but we often hear, if I call, there is no one who's picking up. Well, that wasn't designed to be a hotline, and we've exceeded our capacity. So we really have to add more people so that we can be even more responsive to the large demand of calls and really turn it into more of a hotline so that the calls are not only being answered more in real time, but that turnaround time is true to 24 hours versus the 48-hour goal we had set before. So again, taking some things that were working and really thinking about how we can enhance it. And you'll see that list in terms of food distribution sites, taking advantage of TV, Spanish radio, mailers. But I think the newest thing that we really want to expand are these community walks and making sure that we are really visible in each of our communities. And you'll see a schedule here of where we've started. This schedule is not exhaustive, but it's really helping us be clear with the community where we want to be. And we want to do a better job of telling that story. So now that you have the schedule, we'll have social media posts on our platform, as well as our RPS in Espanol and RPS in Vivo will be launching. So people know, hey, we're going to be in Midlothian Village at this time, come out, and we'll be able to have volunteers as well as our family liaisons, community organizations who really want to help us with these community walks. But this is a start, and our goal over the next couple of weeks, you'll see new schedules with us releasing more walks. I invite any board member, if you want to attend or do any of our pop-ups, we welcome that. But community part, even though we're in COVID, and again, we'll do this socially distanced, but we know we have to be visible. And we've reached a lot of families, but there's just a lot of families we haven't reached yet, and we have to hit the ground, and this strategy is going to allow us to do that. Additionally, we think about some of our families who we know need additional support, especially as we think about families who may not be fluent in English. So it's important for us that all of our materials, and this will happen very shortly, to making sure all of, like currently our reopening website, you'll see the language on how you can translate it immediately into Spanish. Everything we do, we want to make sure we have that translation available, as it's a matter of language justice. And again, using some of our other outlets like Spanish radio, newspaper, but just being more consistent about our presence is going to be inevitable. And we have so many community partners. I think Ms. Cosby named a few, whether it's the NAACP, faith-based organizations who are already partners and they have strong means of communication. We don't always want to reinvent the wheel, but we need to tap into those modes and making sure they have the information for us so they can share through already established improving networks to the community. So we really want to continue to tighten up those relationships, and we'll be reaching out now that we have the plan with very specific asks of what we need them to do. Community walks, hosting facilitated learning, those are two of our most prominent. For our families who are in housing transition, again, we have made individual contact with all families who qualify from the state's definition of McKinney-Vento, but given this unprecedented time, we have so many families who are on the verge of possibly being evicted, or who are just now experiencing for the first time housing instability. So it's not just important for us to connect with people who we know will qualify by the state's definition, but we are making sure we're intentional about holding our community walks also in shelters and motels, specifically on Chamberlain Ave, Midlothian Turnpike, Jefferson Davis, and Williamsburg Road, and making sure it's very comprehensive. We also want to be more preventative and have partnered with Housing Families First so that we can assist over the next couple years 130 RPS families move into more sustainable housing. So again, not just being reactive, but being preventative. And I just want to share with everyone that because of a $500,000 grant from the Community Innovation Grant through the Robbins Foundation, we are able to now have a housing navigator co-located in our Center for Families, in Housing Transition, formerly our McKinney-Vento office. We now have a housing navigator who this year during COVID in this virtual transition will be able to assist 60 families with a housing search, and we can pay for their move-in costs. So first, last month's rent, as well as any down payment costs. And already we've been able to place, since we started June 2020, we've placed 9 families, including 4 this week. So that's the type of work we really want to do as a division. Additionally, we'll be working and connecting with different housing authorities. And then the other thing I just want to highlight is our new structure on community hubs. And really excited to launch our community hubs, which is a community asset-based neighborhood strategy. So we are going to have a hub in the East End, 2 hubs on the South Side because it's so large, and then we've combined a North and West End hub. Here you will see the different locations of the hubs, and the biggest shift here is to really be steeped in the neighborhood. So if we really know the neighborhood instead of just tying our liaisons to like a specific school, but if I know the neighborhood, the assets in the neighborhood, I can really follow a family throughout their career, even if they're attending multiple schools. So one of the things about this model is we really want to get more familiar with the social networks, the assets, the resources that are already there, but also that we can help connect and support with. The main people who will perform their duties out of the community hub are family liaisons. We had these existing positions that we are now expanding. So we're in the process of hiring more family liaisons. And as you can see in each hub, they have a certain number of liaisons who will be supporting that work and based in the community. So families can meet at the hub or can meet at different places, but these liaisons will be able to do no contact home visits, follow up on any chronic absenteeism, and really use a family-centered coaching model, not just for compliance, but really to understand what are the resources and supports that our families need. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. That was wonderful. Okay, and I see that we have a question from Ms. Dorr and then Ms. Burke.
You're on mute.
Ms. Dorr, you're on mute.
Sorry. Appreciate it. Lots of good information here. And thank you again for your hard work. A couple of thoughts / questions. One, wanted to know if your team had been doing any thinking about additional supports for families that have been rezoned, kids that are going to a new school and will be going to a new school in a virtual environment. And are we doing anything special to support those families and students? Two, I love we've talked about that, Ms. Cosby referenced this earlier with the engaging of volunteer organizations. I had a call with about 20 or so constituents and neighborhood leaders right before this, and the common theme, which I was very heartened by, is that the community really seems to be excited about pitching in and helping. And so I'm excited to see additional guidance from your department about specifically how we can direct resources to maximize collective effort. So would definitely appreciate any, flyers or ways for people to plug into your existing efforts, just so that folks aren't recreating the wheel. Another idea that came out of the meeting that I had before this and was, in addition to some of the conversations about student pods, which I think is, for the record, fabulous. And I think I love the idea of identifying ways to create cross-city relationships between families. I think in the time of virtual, there are some new opportunities to connect across the district. And so I'm curious what you guys are thinking about in terms of supporting some of those grassroots efforts. But one additional thought that I heard tonight was the need for parent pods. So to support principal communication down to the parent level, and potentially we could also explore being creative about pairing parents across the city and providing resources for families. And then finally, and we've talked a little bit about, my colleagues have talked about some of the advocacy efforts, but another reoccurring theme that I've heard and that I brought up a couple of meetings ago was our average daily membership count. And if you could speak to, are there any advocacy efforts on, I'm worried about our ADM count going down as families might opt out to homeschool this fall. And does that put us in jeopardy for state funding? And are there any additional resources?
If I may, Ms. Owen, could I jump in on that last one?
Sure.
I was actually on my Region 1 superintendent call earlier today, Ms. Dorr, and the ADM concern was something that all of the superintendents raised. And so we are drafting a letter to the state asking for a hold harmless provision, given that this is likely going to be something that will affect a number of divisions across the state. So I'll update you as that progresses, but I think that's another item that we can add in our state advocacy bucket.
And I'll just add, thank you for the ideas. I think all of those are things that now that the plan is final, just norming on that family checklist and making sure all of our flyers, again, we're using something aligned over the district. So hope to have those materials now that the plan is final by the end of the week, and we'll distribute those broadly so you can share on your platforms as well. And then in regards to rezoning, every student impacted by rezoning did receive a letter already that's been mailed. And then we also have been working with our principals very closely about the different virtual community building sessions that they're going to be doing, and have asked for another round of communication in August to those families. So that is a group we're definitely focused on, and look forward through our school-based efforts to make sure all families feel excited and ready for the transition.
All right, is that sufficient for you, Ms. Dorr? Then Ms. Burke.
Ms. Dorr is done. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Dr. Harris, thank you so much. I'm delighted to hear that we have over 22,000 readers with RPS Direct. It is truly a litany. I've enjoyed the updates, and as I talk to different people as well in the community, it's been great news to keep up with. I am delighted to see the community walks. I think that makes a big difference in terms of being in the area where our children, our families live, and they know we care enough for them that we're out there, but of course, keeping our social distance. What my concern is the hubs for the 7th district. My question is, number one, if for instance, Franklin Military Academy students are from all over the city of Richmond that attend Franklin Military, can they go to a hub? Let's say if they live in Southside, do they only have to go to the one in the East End, or can they go to another hub? How does that work? And my second question is Fulton. That's going to be quite a challenge to get to the top of the hill for the East Lawn Shopping Center, which I think is a great setting for those schools that are in that immediate area. But Fulton, to get to from the bottom of the hill to the top of the hill, that may be a challenge for some of our families. So I don't know how many days per week the hub, you may have said that and I missed it. How many days per week the hub will be in place, but is there any opportunity for flexibility? I don't want to leave our parents and students out in Fulton. And that is an area so set away from the rest of the East End. Is there any way possible that we can have once a week or once or twice or whatever, that students and families in Fulton can have that accessibility per se, rather than going to the top of the hill, which means a lot of them don't have transportation. The buses aren't frequently moving back and forth there. So it's not an area of which they can walk to for safety reasons, and knowing also that that's quite a walk.
Absolutely. So the hubs, I think the biggest shift is normally liaisons. There were different types of liaisons, so it always wasn't clear the responsibilities, but they lived either at the division level or just were totally tied to the school. So the hub, in terms of just a home base for liaisons, is literally just that, the home base. But 80% of their time will be out in that community, setting up whether it's different pop-up stops, what have you, that could be, bottom of Fulton, top of Fulton. But we thought it was a really good distinction to make that movement of yes, we have to build capacity at the school level and we want every family to feel comfortable, but we need a stronger infrastructure in the community. So that allows the liaisons for that to be their home base. But to your point, we are going to be everywhere around the East. And
we're going to hang out at this one house on East Broad Street.
Sure, water for everybody.
Your second question, Ms. Burke, was regarding how do they work? Did I answer the first part of that question? I feel like I'm missing a part.
Not really, but I caught it. But I also wanted to ask about, for instance, Franklin Military Academy, since.
Oh, yes. Franklin so they'll have access, and again, to the goal of the hub is to support all families. And now that these liaisons are tied to a team, one, it gives you more capacity, because for MLK, you know, one day you may need all 7 liaisons. Another day.
MLK isn't in ours, in the East End.
Sorry, I'm just giving an example.
Oh, okay.
A school, for instance, may need all of their family liaisons, and another school may only need some. So even though we've separated in this way, we'll really be working together, and families, if a certain hub is closer to them to get support, it'll be completely fluid.
They could, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now Ms. Page.
I'm good.
Okay. All right, well, I don't see any others. So I guess we move on. Thank you, Dr. Harris.
All right, Ms. Owen, I'll get us kicked off in health and safety protocols for starters. Even though we're virtual this year, there still are a variety of health and safety protocols for any staff or volunteers who are working within the division. So we will, as we had shared previously, maintain our 2 daily health screenings. The first is the CDC symptom checker, which folks will independently respond to, reflect on. And then the second will be a temperature check. And folks who do have a temperature will need to go home and then connect with their medical provider. In terms of PPE, we are requiring a face covering to be worn at all times while on any RPS site or on the bus. We do ask that staff and volunteers bring their own face covering, but of course, if someone does not have one, we'll provide one as needed. Gloves will be required for staff who are interacting with other people. So for example, through meal distribution, and given recent CDC updates around PPE, goggles will also be available to staff who wish to wear them. We're currently installing hand sanitizer wall mounts in all schools and all classrooms. We're prioritizing the main entryway of buildings so that as families might be coming into buildings, even during this virtual time, that there's opportunities for sanitizing there. And we will be encouraging physical distancing whenever possible. All of this, of course, happens now in the virtual space, and we will continue to move forward with the other health and safety steps that we had outlined in early July as we prepare for a possible in-person second semester.
In regards to meal distribution, one, I just want to thank all of our food service workers, our bus drivers, our volunteers who work to make our summer efforts seamless and reach as many families as possible. We received such great feedback on really shifting to more of a mobile distribution route in addition to having walk-up sites. For the fall, we really just want to expand this model. So as you will see throughout the plan, we have 2 runs. The first run will be kindergarten through 12th grade, which will happen from 7 to 9 p.m. And here you'll have the
AM.
AM, sorry. Sorry, 7 to 9 a.m. Yeah, so we want our families and our students, excuse me, to make sure they're eating first thing in the morning and starting their day. But we do recognize that we need to have a second run, given that we do have several students who receive door-to-door drop-off, as well as a separate schedule to make sure we can get all our preschool students in. and Head Start. I do want to note, given that there are family members who have multiple siblings and families, if you, a pre-K student wanted to come in the morning with their brother or sister, we're not going to make them wait to the afternoon, but we do want to have that availability just from a distribution standpoint to have that second run. So here you'll see the different, the details of the second run, and in total, there are over 1,000 bus stops that will be made available for the public to find out what are the details of what's closest to them. If you continue to scroll down, in terms of who will be staffing the meal preparation and distribution, we're going to continue to use our food and nutrition staff, our bus operators, monitors, and other employees who opt in to the in-person work will prepare those meal bags each day. And then again, paramount is health and safety of all of our staff, students, and families. So you'll see those guidelines here. Every day, a student will receive 1 meal bag. And right now in each meal bag is a breakfast and a lunch. We also were able to continue our program that provides weekend meals. So on Fridays, they'll receive 4 meal bags so that families and students who need food throughout the weekend, we're going to continue to do that. We're also going to explore how throughout the year we can add to that bag, thinking about snacks or possibly dinner. So I just want to name that that's going to be a push from our division to continue to increase and make sure that food security is at the utmost importance of what we do. RPS will, or the last thing is just to note that one of the changes from fall to spring is we do have tighter accountability and reporting every student who receives a bag. So we will have additional capacity on our bus to make sure that we are counting every RPS student, and every student receiving a bag is enrolled. Tracy?
Yes, thank you. And to close us out here, just a few points on technology distribution. So far, we have distributed 16,000 Chromebooks and 6,000 hotspots. As we prepare for the beginning of the year, all students, regardless of socioeconomic need, will receive a Chromebook. This allows us to push out safety features, certain blocks and upgrades and programs through our console much faster. And it also allows us to provide tech support when devices are on our platform in a way that we cannot do with private devices. One thing to note, we have placed orders for 8,000 devices, and we placed them several weeks ago. And as soon as we have them in hand, they will be configured. We will do distribution differently than we did in the spring. This will go through students' schools, and our schools will be calling all of their students who did not check out a Chromebook in the spring and inquiring about their technology needs and providing information. One thing I want to note is, there's obviously a very large demand in the marketplace for technology. And so there is, despite placing this order some time ago, we are experiencing a backlog, and we may not be able to have Chromebooks for families who were able to provide a private device by the first day of school, but we are committed to making sure everyone has a RPS device by the end of September. But for any family who does not have a private device, we want to make sure you have that for the first day of school. Similarly with a hotspot, so if you need a Chromebook or a hotspot, you will receive that through your school. If you have not received a phone call from your school by August 15th, please do reach out to your school directly. And if you still have not received any information, you can reach out to myself or any member of the leadership team to inquire about technology. Teachers who do not have a laptop will also receive one. We have sent out a technology survey to RPS email accounts of all teachers So we encourage everyone to complete this survey as soon as possible so that we can continue ordering devices for what we need. And teachers can also request a hotspot if they do not have internet access at home. And lastly, for additional staff who maybe traditionally did not need a laptop, we will be issuing Chromebooks and hotspots as needed. This includes instructional assistants for online learning, eventually nurses and other folks who will be doing work to support students virtually. So we will prioritize students and teachers first, and as these devices come in, we will make these available to all instructional and auxiliary staff.
Okay. Thank you. No, we're still doing something.
Sorry, and I can just briefly speak to this. I mentioned this earlier, so I don't need to go into detail, but this is just a bit of information about the facilitated learning centers that we're working to develop in partnership with community organizations. And again, more information to come very soon on this.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Barlow has a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can we just wrap up real quick?
I'll just really quickly close us out by walking through how we'll be using the CARES Act funding, the roughly $12.5 million that we received after the private school allocation. So $1.5 million towards our summer deep cleaning of all of our buildings. A little under $1,800,000 for some of the health and safety measures that are still applicable here in our virtual space, such as preparing with temperature scanners, some of the cleaning equipment, and those hand sanitizer stations I mentioned. We are allocating right now $1.5 million for non-exempt personnel costs, which will help cover some of our food and nutrition program costs that weren't maintained during the closure. We have about $200,000 to replace library books that were sent home to the kids in the spring. $2.5 million for social emotional learning to support the work of Connect RPS that Harry walked us through earlier. $800,000 for 6 new nurses so that all schools will have a dedicated licensed nurse when we return in person, and they will be doing virtual health check-ins and other things here this first semester. And then we're at about $5.3 million for technology, which is the student Chromebooks, laptops, hotspots, tablets, software upgrades, etc. In addition, you already approved tonight the budget transfer out of the transportation line for the instructional technology, the kits, and the adult technology. Thank you.
Okay. Are we done? No. Mr.
Yeah.
Barlow and then Ms. Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I've got a question about these the facilitated learning centers. I know it sounds like they're still in the works, but I am curious to know, in particular with respect to our school sites, what type of scope we are looking at. I know a lot of families are hoping to receive childcare, but we also have to balance that against the obvious risks associated with COVID-19. So I'm curious to know, first of all, how many students we may expect or kids we may expect to have in our schools, and also what type of protocols are we're going to require of any community partners who are operating in our school buildings.
Michelle, do you want to just give a very quick update on some of the conversations you've been having with the city and partners on that?
Sure. So we're working in collaboration with the city and a variety of partners to kind of consider a multi-pronged approach. I think we're identifying basically there are 3 tiers of families with need. A first tier is families who can work from home, but could benefit from the flexibility, though, of facilitated learning. So childcare isn't actually an emergency need, but it's a need in order for them to work more successfully and their children to get support. There's a middle tier of families who actually cannot work from home and don't have a network that they can tap into for childcare. And then there's a third tier of families who may be at home, but for whom a different environment could be more conducive for learning. And so we're working with with partners to tap into networks and organizations that can help meet all of those different needs. Some of them might be met by us allowing community groups to use our spaces, and some may be from community groups offering their own spaces and us helping connect them with RPS families. We have another meeting with the city this Wednesday to continue to flesh out more of these details and learn the scope of what each one of the partners might be able to provide.
So I appreciate that. It's helpful to know where we are in the process. I still think to the extent that we may be providing school sites for use by these partners, that we be clear about what expectations we have with respect to social distancing efforts and cleaning and who bears those costs and everything associated with the risk that that we're looking at, because we closed for a reason. And that's to ensure that our students and staff and their families are safe. So I just want to make sure that we aren't undermining that by allowing for, large gatherings of folks without taking proper precautions.
And I appreciate you raising that, Mr. Barlow. I do want to clarify, we are offering up our facilities for this purpose, but we are not going to be running these programs. As you noted, this body and this administration recommended a virtual school year. And so as far as we are concerned, we are going to continue down that path. But we want to, of course, be good partners to assist families of our own students. But in our conversations with our partners, we have been clear that these will be the expectations in terms of PPE and physical distancing that any partner that uses an RPS facility will need to abide by. We've also been clear that we neither have staff nor funding for these. And so the partners we've been speaking to are bringing that to the table. But what we do have are the facilities. And so we're trying to find a way to collaborate to support our kids while maintaining, from an RPS perspective, our commitment to be virtual.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dorr, then Ms. Page.
Yeah, ditto to what Mr. Barlow said. I think, it would be all for naught if we just opened up all of our RPS facilities and shifted the burden of responsibility onto childcare providers. I don't know if that really, I know that's not what we're doing, but I do think that we need to be mindful of the fact that we closed for a reason, to protect all Richmond residents, regardless of whether they're employed by RPS or not. So I would definitely be interested in seeing more details in that. With that said, I understand that there are childcare centers, there are easier ways to practice social distancing, et cetera, than perhaps a classroom with 25 children. So I understand that nuance, but I do think it's important that we make that nuance clear. I would be, and then I just have a request at a future meeting, I would be interested in understanding the needs assessment results from RPS families in regards to the tiers that Michelle talked about. And secondly, we had this conversation at the start of COVID, but I would be interested in a budget review, understanding what are our, this is a good high level start, but what are potential savings? We talked about some contracts that we could stall, energy savings, et cetera. Is that still being realized, transportation savings, et cetera? And are there things that we need to be reallocating to prepare for reopening? One big expenditure that comes to mind is HVAC repairs, and that's probably going to take lots of dollars and several months to prepare for. So I want to be realistic about what we need to move around in our budget. And I also am interested in what revenue streams are at risk from both the state and the city. And do we need to make sure that we're responding to that in real time? So I would put a request to our chair and vice chair for that discussion at a future meeting if it's the will of the board.
Thank you. Ms. Page and then Ms. Burke.
Thank you. So my question is regarding, we're talking about how to be more supportive of our parents that have to go to work, and how the city will be able to support our parents in those efforts. So at the compact meeting tomorrow, so I'm kind of going off subject a little bit, but for those, some of the topics that will be discussed tomorrow, and how the city can better support our families, working families.
John, I just wanted to clarify, the Education Compact is actually, I believe, next Tuesday, the 11th.
Next Tuesday.
But I do suspect that'll be a topic, and I believe that Jason and the board leadership are meeting with the city tomorrow to help think through the agenda. So I'll be sure to add that.
Okay. Thank you. I just had the wrong date.
Yeah, just the wrong week.
Yeah, the wrong week. But
Yeah.
yes,
All right.
please add that to the discussion as an agenda item.
All right. Ms. Burke and then Ms. Cosby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am glad that we have the opportunity to offer child care services, however that's set up. But I am concerned about the liability issue being within the school. Even though they may sign a waiver or whatever, I'm going back to what Mr. Barlow and Mrs. Dewar stated earlier. The reason why we did close school, the reason why we aren't having teachers in the building. I'm just concerned about the liability issue. So my question is, let's say that wherever the child care takes place, who pays? Does the city pay for this coverage, or Richmond Public Schools pays for this coverage, or who pays for the coverage of child care for those parents that need that support?
Well, we would not be. That cost would be borne either by the provider, the family, or some other city agency. But I have been clear that we certainly do not have the budget for that. And as you have just shared, and Mr. Barlow and Ms. Dorr and others, RPS cannot be in the business of childcare precisely because of the action that this board took. So we're trying to navigate being helpful, because these are our children, while not getting into the business of doing the very thing we said we weren't going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I welcome guidance from the board. If the board were to direct us to not make the facilities available, that's certainly something that is within the purview of the board to do. I've been trying to navigate this middle ground, but I think we'll know more about how this might look later this week, and I'm glad to circle back with all of you and check in on what your thoughts are about how we proceed before we take any steps. I can certainly do that, and we can add it as an element in our update, certainly at the next board meeting.
So as of date, just the city and Richmond Public Schools have been in conversation, and particular outside agencies or daycare centers. So has there been a public plea or whatever to ask for that support for families, or That's not our responsibility to do.
No, you know, I think it would be, I'm worried about making basically an all call for families who want that and then not being able to provide that. Yeah. Also, I just want to be absolutely clear. There's no agreement has been inked. Nothing has been finalized, determined, or anything of that nature. I will, of course, inform the board prior to anything of that nature happening.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Cosby?
This is, I just wanted to ask for our next meeting, if we can start looking at some guidelines as we think about going back to school, and we talk about health and safety, just some guidelines around how we would handle COVID cases. I was reading an article in the New York Times, and a junior high school in Indiana had to quarantine so many students within the first couple of hours because they tested positive. So just what are some of the things that we have to think about now, and especially the board when it comes to policy? And if we can just go over some of those guidelines as we think about going back to school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cosby. I don't see anything else, and so I think that wraps up our 5.01 and 5.02, receive a staffing update. Now, wasn't that included in 5.01?
It was. We did.
It was. Okay, so we've done that. So 5.03, receive an update on June 2020 reports and transcripts.
Yep, that's me. Good evening again, everyone. I just want to start by saying I appreciate having the opportunity to provide an update on report cards and transcripts. First, I'd like to start by stating that we do not have any systemic issues with our grades or transcripts. Second, to begin this update, I'd like to review the timeline for grading at the high school level between March to June of this year, which was during our school closure. In early April, the school board approved the recommendations for finalized marking period 3 grades. That marking period was about 2/3 complete when we closed, and teachers were asked to finalize all marking period 3 grades in May. For most high school students and some middle school students, completion of content for marking period 4 was required for course credit, either through completing an Edgenuity module, a performance task, or CTE coursework. In order to support as many students as possible in completion of their work, we allowed completion up into June 12th. We did this despite knowing that our teachers' last contracted day was the same day. Because we could not ask our teachers to input students' grades directly, our central office teams stepped up to finalize over 30,000 unique grades and assign the applicable credit. In addition, for students who had not completed their module or task by the due date, the central office team assigned an I for incomplete. Report cards were then mailed the week of July 13th, along with a Q&A that explained the process for issuing credits and finalizing grades. Now, there have been a small number of issues or questions from families regarding grades, which stem mainly from 2 issues. First, some students received an I on their report card, even though they completed the Edgenuity module or the performance task. Now, in most cases, this occurred because students completed their work after the deadline. For these students, we will be updating report cards and transcripts. We were waiting for the conclusion of summer school, and over the next 2 weeks, we'll conduct a process to update report cards and transcripts, and parents will be provided any report and transcript updates the week of August 17th. Second, some students did have unique grading issues that need to be sorted out by counselors. In these cases, we are currently working on addressing any grading irregularities and removing the I when those issues are resolved. And finally, we do continue to encourage parents to reach out to their school's principal and counselor if they have questions about the report card and for whatever odd reason, which I seriously doubt, our principals are very responsive, but if our parents do not hear directly from our principals, they should feel free to contact me at hhughes@rvaschools.net. I'll pause there for questions.
I don't see any, Mr. Hughes. Thank you very much. Ms. Cosby. Ms. Cosby. Ms. Cosby, did you have a question about this?
No,
No?
I didn't. No.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought I heard somebody, but I don't see
Miss
anything.
Page, it was me, Dr.
Oh,
App.
okay. All right.
Mr. Hughes had asked me to just emphasize anything that we might have wanted to. I just wanted to add for families, as Mr. Hughes said, even if students did not receive a credit in the spring because they were not able to complete their work, they received an incomplete. That incomplete will be able to be transferred into a complete credit at multiple windows throughout the year. So I just want to reassure families and students that if you weren't able to do that initially, you can access those modules at any time from RPS at home, and talk to your school counselor, and they will share with you. We'll update those at very specific windows throughout the year. So just to keep families thinking about that.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Epp. I'm sorry I got so confused there. All right. And then receive a JCT update, Mr. Cameras or Mr.
Yep.
Tedesco.
Real quick, we had a good meeting with the city. Ms. Owen and Ms. Burke joined us as always, and good progress is being made on all the buildings. It's hard to believe, but we are actually nearing the completion of the process. There is still a glass concern at Cardinal, just some delay in the delivery of some of that glass work from, I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, it's Indiana where it's being manufactured. But things are generally moving well on all three sites. In fact, on the Marsh site, we are essentially one step away from the abatement team being able to go into the old facility to begin to do their work to prepare it for demolition. As always, COVID-19 continues to be something that we have to keep a watch on. It, of course, is affecting construction crews here and there, but things are progressing well. And I guess that's all I've got. Anything I've missed, Ms. Owen or Ms. Burke?
No, we're going to start moving furniture in, right? I think they've already started moving furniture in, and on budget, and everything's just looking wonderful. So nice to see, even if we won't be there for a while.
Well, we're going to get them all nice and ready.
Yes. Okay, then we had additions to our agenda. Let me go back a page here. First about Camelot, and then
Yes.
about Camelot. Do we have any update on that?
Our only update is that we're bringing the Camelot contract up for renewal at the next board meeting, which is August 17th.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hughes. And then is there anything to add about SROs at this point?
Yes, so community meetings have been noticed for August 10th and August 24th. That will allow an opportunity for the broader Richmond community to submit public commentary regarding their feelings about SROs in our schools. That community meeting was advertised in the Richmond Times-Dispatch last Friday, and we will make sure that we have that information updated as part of Superintendent Cameron's RPS Direct. Jazz Miles, who you all know is a rising sophomore at Richmond Community, and myself are in the process of setting up meetings to meet with a randomly selected group of middle school and high school students at schools that have SROs. At the August 17th meeting, we will also bring updates to the school board that should address some of the inquiries that some school board members surfaced at the July 20th school board meeting. And additionally, at some point very soon, we will bring forth data from our state's safety climate survey that has questions specific to student and staff feelings regarding SROs in our buildings.
I would just also like to add that we will, this Thursday, we'll be having another Civic Voice Town Hall that again is going to focus on a build off of our student conversation. And we're gonna have community advocates and educators join us for a discussion. And that's this Thursday, August 6th at 3:30 p.m. live stream on our website, our Facebook.
Thank you, Dr. Harris.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. So, Ms. Page, I think, and then Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is going back to the JCT. So you said we're on budget. So what does that mean for the remaining dollars for, you know, the design phase for Georgia? Because I know that's next on our list. Do you have anything to report regarding that, Superintendent?
So I reached out to the city to get a updated reconciliation of our CIP accounts. They indicated that in the next 2 weeks, they're coming to a reconciliation point, in essence. I will report that information to the board so you guys can see very clearly how much is left in those accounts. But yes, next on the list per our previous discussions would be George Wythe. And I know once we have a clear sense of the balances, the city would be prepared to begin the process of putting out to bid an RFP for design services for that high school. So give me probably till the next meeting or maybe a little bit thereafter to get that latest information, and then we can go from there.
Okay, so Madam Chair and Vice Chair, please include that as a part of updated information on the agenda at the next board meeting. Thank you.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So going back to the topic of both Camelot and the SROs, regarding Camelot, if the administration could speak, since I don't believe we've been in a position where the contract has ended prior to our vote to renew the contract. So if the administration could speak on, you know, where we are with that, given that the contract, I believe, ended at the end of last month. And then with the SROs, you know, I'm glad to hear that there'll be additional conversations, but I worry that in the community, this has become a discussion about whether that's kind of just a two choice, either we have the SROs or we don't have the SROs. And from my perspective, I think it's really important that we're not just talking about whether or not we have these officers in the school. We're having conversations about how we reimagine what discipline looks like in the schools, and what do the new supports look like, and how does that tie into our discipline policy overall. You know, I think that you know, it's, again, from my perspective, you know, we do need to have supports in the school, but they don't need to have a badge and they don't need to have a gun. What does that support look like? How can we ensure that you know, if we have security in place, what does that training process look like so that they are trained and well-versed in how to de-escalate? How can we look at the score language to ensure that there's clarity and how it's being executed from building to building? These are the questions that we have, and I'm glad that we're including the conversations with our students, but these are conversations that we really need to be having with our staff, and to be looking elsewhere for guidance in terms of other ways that we can be approaching it, because the way that we're approaching discipline right now just doesn't work. And I understand that there are staff members who are afraid of what happens if we don't have the officers in the school. And the reason why they're afraid is because the system right now doesn't work. So we need to look and figure out a new way, because it's not supporting our students, and it's leaving the staff feeling ill-equipped to be able to manage the needs. So these are conversations that we need to be having, and we need to be having them in tandem with this conversation about the SROs. And that's why I wanted to talk today. So I'm hoping to hear from the administration, what that process can look like. And then again, given that we are out of the contract with Camelot has ended, that where are we now, and it's important to talk about Camelot with this too, because this is part of our discipline approach, and how do all these things work together. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Gibson, since we didn't have this on the agenda ahead of time, I would respectfully ask that we wait until next time when it is planned to be on the agenda, and the administration will be prepared to answer those questions. Can we do that?
So I think that the administration should be able to give some type of response. I'm not looking for kind of a complete, all of the questions be answered, but I would like to have some assurance that we're thinking about this more comprehensively. And again, as it pertains to Camelot, if the contract had ended July 31st, and we're, what's going on with the staff right now, there has to be some type of answer for that.
Okay, Mr. Cameras, briefly, please.
I would have to check on that. I just don't know off the top of my head, and I'm more than happy to get that information tomorrow in terms of the staff from Camelot, and more than happy to delve into the other questions at our next meeting. We just weren't prepared for this conversation this evening, so I just don't have that much more to add at this point.
Okay. Mr. Young, and then Ms. Cosby.
Madam Chair, my comment just pertained to something that a conversation that was introduced a moment ago, and specifically I look forward to someone referenced that compact meeting, specifically the dollars for new school construction. At the risk of pointing out the obvious, those monies are subject to dollars that, because of circumstances, closure of so many restaurants, I do think it's going to be incumbent on us to have that conversation with city administration at that next meeting, the compact. Prayerfully, they'll have a little bit better idea of what they're anticipating in regards to an update in regards to anticipated revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Cosby.
Thank you. I was just going to say that, well, I'm looking forward to our meeting our next meeting, when we can, when there'll be more information from these focus groups. But I will just caution us, the reason why the conversation is, should we have SROs in our buildings or not, is because we made that the topic. This body did. So it is a cautionary tale for us, because it was not just about SROs, as Ms. Gibson is saying, but that's what we made it. So, yes, I hope that we can look at our score document that we've talked about maybe a month or 2 months ago, and briefly talked about it and never went back to it. And also what we're doing for alternative education that we talked about 3 months ago or 4 months ago and never went back to it. Granted, because we had other things, but I'm glad that that will be on the table. But I just want to caution us, you know, when we have, I'm going to call them knee-jerk reactions to certain things, that we have to be very careful. So that conversation, that narrative was something that came from this board, not from any, you know, so I'm glad that we are expanding it.
All right. Seeing no one else, does anyone have new business or announcements? Then we still have a closed session. So at this time, we will need a motion. Somebody needs to read us into closed, and that was sent to us in email. Does anyone else have it, or shall I read it?
Pursuant to sections
Thank you.
2.2-3711A7 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended, I move that the school board of the city of Richmond convene in closed session for consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual litigation in matter 2018-01.
Second.
Ms. Wilson?
The motion to go into closed, Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Dr. Sapini,
Yes.
Ms. Dorr, Mrs. Dorr, Ms. Gibson. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, did I hear Ms. Dorr?
No, this was Kenya.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Owen.
Yes.
You are now in closed. Please be reminded that you have to log out of this and go to the other link that was sent to you, and then come back to this one for to go back into open and read out and adjourn.
Thank you.
And I also just wanted to remind you have to have registered for the link.
All right, here we all are. All right, so we now need to read back in. You got that, Mr. Barlow?
I move that the Richmond School Board direct its clerk to call for a roll call vote of the board's members, that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Richmond School Board.
Second.
Okay, this is to certify closed. Ms. Page,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Burke.
She
Did
not
she
there?
make?
Oh, we don't have her.
She didn't make it back.
But there's 5 of us.
Okay,
Okay. Ms. Owen,
yes,
motion passes.
all right.
By the skin of our teeth.
All right, so I adjourn this meeting.